everyone. This is the history of the tango.
We explain how the tango started in the slums and went on to conquer the world. No doubt you've seen a tango in the movies, or maybe even danced one yourself. These days, it's one of the most popular dances in the world, celebrated for its fire and its passion. But where does the tango actually come from? The La Plata River is the natural border between Argentina and Uruguay. In the 19th century, as part of a development program, immigrants flocked there from all different countries and cultures. They were hoping for work and prosperity, but for many of them, their dreams did not come true. Instead, they had to live with crime, prostitution, and homesickness. So, the people turned to music and dancing to distract them from their disappointment. In the music halls of the slums, African and South American styles blended together with European influences like the polka and the waltz. Slowly but surely, a new dance was born, the tango, soon to be accompanied by the distinctive sounds of the German bandoneon, an instrument similar to the accordion. During a tango, the dancers' torsos remain steady with the partners closely embracing. The woman feels the man's movements and follows them, taking steps that alternate between long and smooth and short and snappy. The dance expresses nostalgia and melancholy, colored by sensual passion. Since the many immigrants by the La Plata River included relatively few women, the men practiced dancing amongst themselves in order to impress the ladies later with their moves. The conservative upper class of the 19th century rejected the dance as wild and scandalous. But in France, it drew enthusiastic fans, and before long, all of Paris was happily tangoing. In Europe, after the newly discovered style was adapted to be more socially acceptable, it soon spread quickly and enjoyed enormous popularity. Eventually, even the upper class got into it, and in the end, the tango became a standard dance around the world. Today, there are many variations of the tango, but they all share a common spirit of sensuality and passion.
Okay, guys. So what we're going to do now is just read through the transcript. So I'm going to give you 5 minutes just to read through, and you can see here these words in bold. These are defined here in the vocabulary bank, so you can see what they mean here. And afterwards, we'll play some games and learn how to use those words in sentences and some of their synonyms and so on. So I want you to just read through that. I'll give you 5 minutes, okay? Okay, so now we've finished reading. What we can do is take a little look at the vocabulary bank here. But to learn these in a little bit of a more enjoyable way, we're going to play some games quickly, okay? So, first of all, we have a noun, and one of the synonyms is ardor. So that's not massively helpful, is it? Let's try one of the clues. Intoxication is a similar word. Intoxication is sort of when, you know, it could refer to the process of becoming drunk from alcohol or drugs. Again, not hugely helpful. Let's try another one. Any strong or intense feeling or emotion, especially love or hatred or sexual desire.
Disappointment.
Not
Passion.
disappointment, passion would be the one, yes. So when we talk about feeling very strong emotions, we talk about passion. So a related word could be anger. You know, a passionate speaker might be somebody who speaks angrily or with great love or intense feelings. Next one is a noun, and the definition is one who moves permanently to another country from his or her native land.
Immigrant.
Immigrant, yeah. Now you'll see the word migrant here. So we have immigrant is someone who moves into a place. And then we have emigrant with an E and one M. Emigrant is someone who moves out of a place. So you would emigrate from your home country and immigrate to a new country. Now we have a noun. There is a fence along of our yard.
Border.
Border, very good. Yeah, there is a fence along the border of our yard. So this is the outer part, the edge or the boundary. Very good, guys. Now we have a noun, and a similar word is body. So this is a part of the body. Yes, that's right, torso. So the torso is the human body from neck to hips. So sort of your chest and your stomach combined would be your torso. Okay. To continuously rotate or take turns with one another. And this is usually followed by the preposition with. So this is alternate. Yes. Now this is a verb. So we would say alternate. Alternate. So I would alternate with you, meaning you do it, then I do it, then you do it, then I do it. I would alternate. Now, a similar word is the word alternate, which is an adjective, and that is pronounced differently but spelt exactly the same. Alternate. Yeah. So the workers alternated with each other to break up the monotony of the work. Okay, fantastic. All right, doing really well, guys. Let's continue. Next level. Let's take a reveal and an erase. Okay, so now we have a transitive verb meaning to write off. And when we say write off, this is a phrasal verb. It means to sort of say, this thing is useless. We will have no more of this. Reject. Well done. Good job. Remember, guys, you can look at the vocabulary bank using the link that I've sent you. So this is to refuse to accept, grant entry, acknowledge, or act upon. She rejected the company's job offer. So she said no to the job. She didn't want the job. Next word is an adjective, and the synonym there is inglorious. So a similar word is inglorious. Let's try a reveal.
Scandalous.
Scandalous, very good. Causing or likely to cause a scandal. So when we say a scandal, it's usually like a group of people talking about something that somebody did or something that happened that was really shocking and terrible. And it's usually used in a negative way. So disgraceful, shocking. The senator's scandalous love affair with one of his aides was reported in all the newspapers. So it's something that everyone would talk about, and some people tried to keep hidden. The next word is a noun, and this word means hug. She felt happy in his something. Embrace. Yeah, when you embrace something, you grip it, you squeeze it, you hug it, you clasp it. You can see the word hug down here. A similar word would be caress. You can also use this word to mean something non-physical. So you can embrace something, like you can embrace an idea, meaning that you think that idea is good and you would like to do it. Now we have a noun, and a related word is chagrin. The opposite word is satisfaction. So satisfaction is the state of being happy with something as it is.
Disappointment.
Now, yes, disappointment is the opposite word, meaning that you are not happy with how it is. You hoped it was going to be better. Next word is a noun, and the definition is a crowded, dilapidated area of a city where poor people live in substandard housing. Not conquer, no. This is actually Okay, so guys, don't just guess, because we're all saying different words now. This is a part of a city where the houses are kind of falling down. It's maybe one of the poorer areas of the cities. Maybe the houses are not designed very well, or people have built them themselves using what materials they can find. The word for this is slum. Yeah, a slum. Very good. So let's move on. Remember, guys, yep, you can check the vocabulary bank by clicking the link in the chat. Let's get a couple of reveals this time. Okay, so we have a transitive verb, and the synonym is overpower. So to beat something or someone.
Conquer.
Conquer, yeah, very good. To gain or overcome by force, especially armed force. So this is usually referred to in the sense of an army invading a country and conquering the land, turning that land into their territory. The invading army conquered all the lands to the north. All right. So now we have the noun, and a related word would be luck. So we're talking about luck, specifically money, related to monetary luck. So maybe winning some prosperity. Very good. So prosperity is sort of when we have lots of resources or money. Yep, fantastic. All right. Next word is sorrow. And sorrow is related to the word sadness. Dejection would be a synonym. So we're talking about the feeling of sadness.
Melancholy.
Melancholy, very good. A sad, gloomy, or depressed state or quality. The opposite word there is exhilaration. So a feeling of melancholy pervaded the household during those difficult times. So melancholy is, yeah, it's a feeling of deep sadness. Next, we have a verb, and a synonym is sidetrack. Sidetrack. So let's use up one of the reveals. I can't study with music on because me. So this is when your attention is diverted away from something.
Distract.
Distract, yeah. It distracts me. So a distraction would be the noun form, where something is there making you look over here when you should be looking over here. Now we have an adjective, nondescript. So again, not hugely helpful. Let's try this. Let's see. Look at the image. Okay, we've got an image of a spider here, possibly a black widow.
Distinctive.
Could it be distinctive? Yes, indeed it is. Yeah. Now the antonym nondescript means hard to describe because there's nothing special about it. That's the opposite word. Distinctive means there is something special about it, something noticeable. He has a distinctive way of walking. Now you see this spider here? We can see it has a distinctive red mark right here on its abdomen. So we know that that spider is very dangerous because of its distinctive red mark. Okay, guys, fantastic job. You've done really, really well there. We're going to try something a little different now. We're going to try to use these in a sentence. So here we have the possible options in their correct form. The workers with each other to break up the monotony of the work.
Alternate.
Yes, the workers alternate with each other to break up the monotony of the work. So they change, they switch around so that they're not always doing the same thing all day long. A feeling of something pervaded the household during those difficult times.
Melancholy.
Melancholy, very good. A feeling of sadness, very good. The university, him, because his test scores were too low.
Unquote.
No, not conquered. So the university where he wanted to study, they said, no, you can't study here. Rejected. Can we say that? Rejected. Very good. They rejected him. Please don't me while I'm driving. So what's that word? You're driving, you need to focus, you need to pay attention to on the road. Yes. Distract is right. Do not distract me while I'm driving, because if you are distracted when you drive, you could crash. And that could be very bad. The shipment, as the goods were damaged. So they not conquered. They said they got the shipment, so they got the goods in the post, and they said, these goods are broken. I don't want them. And they sent them back.
Melancholy.
No, not melancholy. We're looking at
Embrace.
a verb. No, they didn't embrace the shipment. If you embrace the shipment, you would say, this is great, and you would hug it close. They didn't. They did the opposite. They pushed it away. They said, no, we don't want this. Remember, you can use the same rejected. Very good. They rejected the shipment as the goods were damaged. Very good. She felt happy in his
Embrace.
embrace. Very good. Next one. Overcame her as her thoughts turned to lost opportunities. So she thinks about the opportunities she has lost, and she feels very sad.
Melancholy.
Melancholy. Yeah, we don't say ch, just melancholy. Yeah, very good. Next one. The company's job offer. So
Rejected.
Rejected. Very good. The people never forgot how they were by the invaders.
Distinctive.
No. So the invaders were a group of people who came into the country, it was not theirs, with an army, and they defeated the army of that country, and they took the country over. So what's this word? Let's come back to it. He has a way of walking, a very unique way of walking, special way of walking. What's that? Any idea? When someone does something in a
Distinctive.
Distinctive is right, yeah. So a very distinctive way. It means that you could see him walking and you'd think that's definitely him. Okay, the people never forgot how they were by the invaders. Not distracted by the invaders. They were, no, not alternated. They were beaten, destroyed, their country taken over, defeated. The answer, guys, is conquered by the invaders. Conquered by the invaders. Okay. He's fallen into since his wife's death. Very, very sad.
Scandalous.
Scandalous.
No, not scandalous. This is a feeling of deep sadness.
Melancholy.
Melancholy. Very good. He's fallen into melancholy since his wife's death. There we go. The noise from next door from his work.
Distracts.
Distracted. Okay, so this is past tense now. The noise from next door distracted him from his work. Very good. There is a fence along of our yard.
Border.
The border. Very good. The invading army, all the lands to the north.
Concord.
Conquered. Very good. I can't study with music on because it
Distracts.
distracts me. Very good. The senator's love affair with one of his aides was reported in all of the newspapers.
Scandalous.
Scandalous. Very good, guys. Great job. Let's send that across. Okay, great. All right. So we've submitted that, and let's move on now. So let's try the reading quiz now. Okay. Let's open that up and begin. So now, again, guys, make sure that you have the transcript open so that you can check to see what the answers to these questions are. Now, as with an IELTS reading test, each question will start, the first question starts at the top, and then you would read down through the text. So it's not going to ask you a question that's at the end of the quiz that's going to be at the top of the text, and it's not going to ask you a question at the beginning of the quiz that's going to be at the end of the text. So we'll start at the top and we'll gradually read down. So first of all, what is the tango?
It's a dance.
It's a dance.
It's a dance. Very good. Fantastic. Why is the tango so celebrated today? Is it the tango is celebrated today because of its fire and passion, or the tango is one of the most popular dances in the world?
The tango is celebrated today because it is fire and passion.
Very good. Yeah, it's celebrated today because of its fire and passion. And yes, it also is one of the most popular dances in the world. Where does the tango come from? Is it Paraguay? Is it places near the La Plata River in between Argentina and Uruguay, or is it from the Republic of Tango?
B. Places near the La Plata River in between Argentina and Uruguay.
Uruguay. Very good. Well done for reading all that out. Yes, it's from places near the La Plata River in between Argentina and Uruguay. The Republic of Tango is not a real place. What was the situational inspiration for the tango's creation? Was it poor people were hoping for work and prosperity? People had come to live with crime, prostitution, and homesickness. Or in the 1900s, during poor conditions in the slums, people turned to music to distract themselves.
In the sea?
Yes. Are you going to read the whole thing then? In the 1900s, during poor conditions in the slums, people turned to music to distract themselves. Right, very good. What was the musical influence for the tango's creation? Was it South American and African music was combined, as well as dances from Europe? Was it the distinctive sounds of the German bandoneon and the accordion? Or it was a hybrid of polka, waltz, and ballroom dancing?
It was a hybrid of polka, waltz, and ballroom dancing.
I'm afraid that is not correct. It was not a hybrid of
South
polka.
America.
And South American and African music was combined, as well as dances from Europe. Should we try that one? That one is correct. Well done. Yeah. Now you'll notice that some of these things like polka, waltz, bandoneon, the German bandoneon and the accordion, all of these words are mentioned, but they're what we call distractors in an IELTS test, to try to get you to just choose those ones because you've seen the words. But you have to really read the question. What was the musical influence for the tango's creation? How would you describe a tango dance accurately? Is it slow, methodical movements combined with careful steps, a combination of long and smooth motions with short and snappy motions, a dance of nostalgia and melancholy colored by sensual passion?
A.
It is not slow, methodical movements combined with
A
careful steps.
combination of long and smooth motion with short and snappish motion.
Yes, long and smooth motions with short and snappy motions. That's the tango. Okay. Next one. How was the tango practiced by men in its infancy? Is it men mainly practiced on one another, as there were very few women living near La Plata River at the time? Is it men mainly practiced on animals, as there were very many women living near the La Plata River at the time? Or is it men mainly practiced alone, as there were very few women living near the La Plata River at the time?
Men mainly practiced on one another.
Yes, as there were few women, so men practiced with other men. Okay, why was the dance rejected by the upper classes? Is it A, they considered it to be a rather dull affair? B, it was too difficult to perform? Or C, it was considered too wild and scandalous?
C.
It was considered too wild and scandalous.
That's right, yeah, too wild and too scandalous. Right, where was the tango popularized? Was it popularized in Paraguay, in Paris, France, or in Barcelona?
In
Paris,
Paris,
France.
In Paris, France, that's right, well done. What occurred to make the tango more popular? Was it A, the upper class got into it? B, it was modified to make it easier? Or C, the tango was adapted to be more socially acceptable?
A.
The tango was adapted to be more socially acceptable.
Okay, the answer is the tango was adapted to be more socially acceptable. So it became less sort of scandalous, as it were. What are the common traits of the varieties of the tango in the present? The common traits are of spirituality and passion, sensuality and passion, or sensuality and melancholy.
The common traits are of sensuality and passion.
Sensuality and passion, fantastic. Right, great. Fantastic work, guys. Okay, so we finished that one. That's really, really great. Right, so stop that there. Okay, guys, so welcome to the lesson. What we're going to learn today is a little bit about the Roman Empire. Okay, so we're going to start with a mini lesson. Okay, this is a day in the life of a Roman gladiator. So we'll watch this video, which will just take us through a day in the life of a Roman gladiator. So just pay attention.
A day in the life of a typical Roman gladiator was intense, disciplined, and structured, blending rigorous training with moments of rest and reflection. The day often began at dawn. Gladiators woke in their quarters within or near the training school, known as the ludus. They started with personal hygiene, washing and dressing in their training gear or minimal clothing suited for combat. A quick, hearty breakfast was consumed, often bread, porridge, or fruit, to fuel the demanding day ahead. The core of the day was dedicated to rigorous training. This included weapons practice, swordsmanship, spear throwing, and grappling, under the supervision of trainers or lanisti. They practiced techniques, sparred with each other, and worked on improving their skills and endurance. Physical conditioning, strength training, and cardio was integral to prepare them for the brutal fights in the arena. After several hours of intense training, gladiators took a break. They might consume a meal prepared by the ludus staff, often consisting of high-protein foods like beans, lentils, bread, and sometimes meat or fish when available. Rest was crucial to recover physically and mentally. Some days included specialized training, learning to use specific weapons or tactics for upcoming matches. Gladiators also maintained their equipment, sharpening swords, repairing armor, or cleaning their gear. They might have received lessons or guidance from their trainers. In their limited free time, gladiators could socialize with peers, share stories, or rest. They often reflected on their progress, mental preparation, and strategies for upcoming fights. Some may have had access to a healer or medic for injuries sustained during training. Gladiators slept in their quarters, resting up for the next day. Their sleep was vital, as their bodies and minds needed to recover from the physically demanding routine. When a gladiator was scheduled to fight in an arena, their day would shift to focusing on mental preparation, reviewing tactics, and maintaining their combat readiness. The atmosphere on fight days was tense and charged with anticipation, with some gladiators praying or seeking mental focus before entering the arena. This routine highlights the combination of discipline, physical exertion, and limited leisure that characterized the life of a Roman gladiator, a life dedicated to combat, survival, and the pursuit of fame or freedom.
Okay, guys, so that was just a little mini game. We're going to learn some of the vocabulary words from the short video there. So let's start with guess what, because that's a good game to learn vocabulary. So just bear with me one moment and I'll get that ready. Okay. So with this game, each round you'll be shown a clue, and you can pick the word that best matches the clue. If the answer is not clear, click on an icon to reveal another clue. And at the end of each round, bonuses are earned based on how few clues and items you've used, how many answers you gave which were correct, and how quickly you completed the round. You'll earn money based on the score at the end of each round. And with money, you can get power-ups at the shop, and you can use these to help you when answering a question. So what we'll do is we'll buy a reveal, which reveals all clues, and an erase, which removes two of the options. So guys, I want you to just write in the chat box or say out loud what you think the correct answer is. So we have a noun, and a similar word is groove, but that doesn't really help us very much. So let's have a clue. Let's have all of the clues. So we've got an image here of someone doing some press-ups, some push-ups. A related word is number, and the definition is standard or customary procedure or course of action. An example, his habits interfered with the daily of the business.
Routine.
What do you think it is?
Routine.
Routine is right. Well done. Routine. Great. Next, we have a noun, and a similar word is provision, which again isn't enormously helpful. So let's have a clue, shall we? A related word is precaution. And another clue gives us the definition, and the definition is the act or process of preparing.
Preparation.
Preparation. Yeah, very good. So when we say this word, we say it preparation rather than preparation. Preparation. Fantastic. All right, good job, guys. Let's try the next one. So now we have an adjective, and a similar word is hard. Hard meaning difficult. Any idea what the word could be?
Endurance.
It could be endurance, because endurance is related to the word hard. But I think we should have a few more clues first. Okay, so we've got the definition here showing strictness or sternness. Let's have another clue. We've got somebody exercising here.
Endurance.
It could be, like I say, but let's look at this. So right here we have an antonym. This is the opposite word. And the opposite of this is lax. So if something is not lax, as in lax meaning easy, relaxed, gentle, then the opposite word is rigorous.
Rigorous.
Yes, rigorous. So it's related. It's quite similar. You might see rigorous used in the same sentence as the word endurance quite often, but it's talking about something being strict or something being very difficult to do, something very intense. The soldiers were kept to a rigorous military regimen. Okay, next up we have a noun. The definition is anything designed or provided for a particular use. So we're talking about something that is made to be used specifically for one purpose.
Anticipation.
No. Anticipation is not what we're talking about. Anticipation is when we're thinking about something that will happen in the future. So it's a very different thing. Go on.
Equipment.
Equipment, yeah. Equipment is anything that we need for a specific purpose. So we can see here we have a football, which is used for playing football, an American football or a rugby ball, again. Then we have a catcher's mitt, which is used for playing baseball or catch. Other equipment might be, in this case, in the context of gladiators and the Roman Empire, you might have swords or spears, shields, armor, that sort of thing. Other words could be supplies or implements. And the example here is you need to have special equipment for mountain climbing. Good job, guys, doing well. Okay, next we have an intransitive verb. She needed time to something before making such an important decision. So this is talking about thinking.
Tactics.
No, not tactics.
Reflect.
Reflect is the right one. So when we reflect on something, we have a good long think about whatever it is that we need to reflect on. So when we reflect, we kind of look back, we have a good old think. We might call it mulling something over in our brains or considering something. Now the example here is she needed time to reflect before making such an important decision. So she needed time to think about all of the good things and all of the bad things and what could go wrong, what could go right, what opportunities there are and what losses there might be. All right, next two. Let's get some reveals and some erases, maybe a guard as well. So next we have a noun, and a similar word is prediction. So prediction is when we try to guess what's going to happen in the future.
Anticipation.
That's right, yeah. Anticipation is quite similar because anticipation is thinking about the future. The act or process of anticipating, considering what might happen. Another related word might be calculation if you're trying to figure out what might happen based on the information you have. We call that calculation. All right. Next, we have a noun, and the example is the restaurant's something derives as much from its fabulous view as from its cuisine or its food. So
Fame.
Fame, well done. So it's talking about the fame of a restaurant, why it's so famous, why it's so well known, why it's so prestigious, and why it has such a big reputation. And they're saying that the fame comes from the fabulous view. So it's probably somewhere very nice looking, but also its cuisine, its food. So a similar word is prestige or distinction. Opposite word would be oblivion, meaning sort of a place of nothingness. A synonym could be reputation, and the definition is the reputation by which one is known. Next, we'll have a transitive verb, and a similar word is warm up. So warm up. Now, none of these really work too well with that. So let's have some clues. A related word could be prime. If you're in your prime, you are in the best situation you can be in, usually physically. We talk about athletes being in their prime, in the best bodily, physical situation that they can be in. Let's have another clue. Definition: to make fit, healthy, or ready for use. So, sorry?
Is hygiene.
It's not hygiene. Hygiene is related to things being clean, which I can see, obviously, you've looked at healthy and fit there, but this is more about, this is a verb which is talking about getting something into the right form so that it's as good as it can be.
Condition.
Condition, yeah. Now, condition isn't usually a verb.
And teacher,
Well-
I think condition is a noun.
It can be, yeah, because you can talk about your condition.
Equipment.
No, it's condition, it's not equipment, but yes, it can be a noun. And I'm going to explain why, in this case, we're using it as a verb. So condition can be a noun. So you could say, I have a skin condition, or you could ask about somebody's condition, what is the condition of the car? It is broken, so yes, you can use it in that way. But in this case, it is actually a verb. To condition something is to get something ready, to get it fit, healthy, or ready. Okay. So quite often when you're preparing for a sporting event, you need to condition yourself to make sure that you're ready. So you might need to do strength conditioning or endurance conditioning. It's basically making sure that you are ready and in the right condition to deal with whatever challenges you face. So you can see here, we would use the continuous version of this verb. He's conditioning himself for the upcoming race. How do you condition yourself for a race? Well, you have to practice running. You have to practice endurance. You have to practice aerobics, cardio. Okay, next we have another noun, and a similar word is regulation. So a regulation is like a law. So let's have a few clues, shall we? So the example here is getting up before dawn to run several miles each morning requires what?
Discipline.
Yes, but we need to pronounce it this way. Discipline. So it's a soft I each time. Discipline. Okay?
Discipline.
That's right. Well done. Discipline. Very good. And discipline is control or determination brought about by training and self-control. So, you know, I don't know if you're familiar with the term disciple, but a disciple is a follower. Someone who follows something or someone is a disciple. So discipline is learning to follow, learning to get things done. So to control and regulate yourself. Okay, now we have a transitive verb and an intransitive verb. And a related word is intensify. So to intensify something is to make it stronger, more effective, more intense. What word could that be, do you think?
Sharpen.
Sharpen is right, yeah. Because when we sharpen a knife, we make that knife more intense. We make it more effective. We make it better at cutting. So the definition here is to make or become sharp or sharper. And another word is wet. Wet. To wet something is to sharpen a blade. So when you sharpen a sword, you use what's called a whetstone. Now that's not wet like W-E-T, as in, you know, wet from water. It's wet with an H, meaning to sharpen something. And the opposite word is dull. When a knife is dull, or when a sword is dull, it doesn't cut very well. Okay. Fantastic job, guys. Let's buy some more powers with the money we've earned. Next, we have a noun. And the definition, the science concerned with promoting health and preventing illness. So what can we do to not get sick? What do we need to do? We need to wash our hands.
Hygiene.
Sorry?
Hygiene.
Hygiene. Can you say that? Hygiene.
Hygiene.
Very good. So hygiene is anything related to keeping ourselves healthy and preventing illness. So why do we wash our hands regularly? It's to stop the spread of germs. When we sneeze, we cover our mouths to stop the spread of germs. If we're sick, we can wear a mask to stop the spread of germs. This is all related to hygiene. Okay. It's also things like cooking things properly and ensuring that things are done safely from a point of view of health. Next, we have a plural noun, and a synonym is campaign. So that's quite hard, isn't it? Campaign. What do we mean by a campaign?
Tactics.
Sorry?
Tactics.
Tactics. It could be tactics, because tactics is related to military campaigns. But let's have a look. Let's take away a couple of them. Ooh, so it's either discipline or tactics, and those are both sort of military words. So it could be that that it's one of these. Another related word, campaign. Okay, we have a definition now. The science of maneuvering military forces against an enemy. So, tactics is the right word. So tactics are something they're methods of basically getting something done, usually in a military context. So tactics are part of a strategy. They're plans you can make, short-term plans, short-term, almost like tricks to try to beat an enemy or outmaneuver an enemy. Tactics. Okay. Next, we have an adjective. And the definition is having an extreme degree of something, such as heat, or existing in an extreme degree or state. So when something is very extreme, how do we describe it?
Endurance.
Not endurance. Let's try having some clues. So the opposite word is slight. So if we talk about something being slight, it's not very strong, not very big, not very extreme. A similar word is wild. A laser gives out an light. So a very, very powerful light. What is this word?
Intense.
It's intense. Well done. Intense meaning very strong, very extreme, very powerful. Okay, so intense heat is very, very hot. Intense light is very, very bright light, like a laser. Next, we have a noun, and a related word is mash. So mash is, well, it's a word that means to sort of push something down until it's sort of all mixed together. But you could, quite often you might hear people say mash, referring to mashed potatoes. So this is sort of related to that because this is a similar type of food where it's kind of all mixed together.
Porridge.
It's porridge, yeah, very good. So this is boiled cereal grains or meal, such as oatmeal, usually eaten with milk or maybe water, maybe some honey, maybe some chopped up fruit. Other times porridge can be made with grains of rice or other things. But yeah, it's a very carbohydrate heavy meal. Next we have a noun, and a similar word is stamina. So stamina is for how long you can keep going, how long you can keep running, how long you can keep fighting, how long you can keep lifting weights.
Endurance.
Endurance is the word, yeah. So endurance and stamina are very similar words. Here's an example. Their mother's endurance of the hardships in her life was something her adult children could only wonder at. So they're saying that the mother was able to endure some of the hardest things in life. And the definition is the act, condition, or capacity of functioning under prolonged stress. Very good. All right, doing really, really well there. Now let's try a slightly different game where we're going to fill in some examples here. Okay. So first of all, we have anticipation. So you can just say or write down the answer, 1, 2, 3, or 4. You don't have to say the full thing, full definition. Anticipation, what is it?
4.
It's number 4, yeah. Thinking about the future. So
One.
another definition of anticipation, yep, is expectation or hope. So we think about the future. Very good. How about another anticipation definition?
One.
Yes, well done. Next, we have condition. So condition is, and we're talking about the verb this time, not the noun, a condition, but to condition.
Is to.
Yep. No, actually, sorry, it's not number two.
Number 3.
Number 3 is right, yeah. To make something fit, healthy, or ready for use. Very good. Discipline. What is discipline?
2.
No, it's not related to cleanliness necessarily. It's number 1. It's more like training of the body or mind to bring about desired results. So, getting up at 6 a.m. every day takes discipline. Exercising every day takes discipline. Learning English every day takes discipline. Another definition of discipline. Number 2, yep. Control or determination brought about by training, self-control. Another definition of discipline.
Number 2.
Number 2, because you can discipline somebody else. And when we discipline someone else, we are training or causing them to act in accordance with rules or guiding principles. So you can discipline a dog, for instance, to do something a certain way, to maybe not to go to the bathroom in the house, for example. What about another definition of discipline?
Number 2.
Number 2, to exercise control over oneself. Endurance.
4.
Number 4, the act, condition, or capacity of functioning under prolonged stress. Equipment.
4.
Anything designed or provided for a particular use. Well done. Fame.
Number 1.
Widespread recognition, public esteem, or renown. Very good. Fame again.
2.
It's 2, the reputation by which one is known. Hygiene.
Number 2.
Number 2, the science concerned with promoting health and preventing illness. Very good. Hygiene again.
Number 1.
4.
It's number 4, yeah. Practices and conditions such as cleanliness that tend to promote health and prevent illness. Intense.
1.
Number 1, having an extreme degree of something such as heat. Intense again.
1.
Number 1 again, strong. Intense again.
2.
Strong or profound in effect. Very good. Porridge.
2.
Number 2, boiled cereal, grains, or meal. Preparation.
2.
Number
1.
2. It's actually number 2, the act or process of preparing. Preparation again.
Number 2.
Number 3, state of readiness. Number 1. No, we wouldn't use it with a plural verb. So we know we don't say preparations very often, not for the verb form, only for the noun form. Like preparations were made, but that would be noun form. So it's a state of readiness, is preparation, in a state of preparation. Reflect. To reflect.
Number 3.
Number 3, and we would normally say to reflect on. Very good. Rigorous.
Number 3.
Number 3, showing strictness or sternness. Rigorous again. Any idea?
Number 3.
Actually, no, it would be number 1. So thoroughly accurate or precise. So sometimes when we describe something as being rigorous, we're talking about going to a lot of effort to make sure it's accurate and right. So you could say they, if you wanted to use the adverb rigorously, you could say they rigorously checked all of their sources for their thesis. Routine. Routine. What is a number 4? Yep. Standard or customary procedure. Routine again.
Number 3.
Number 3, it can be sometimes if something is routine, we can do it without really thinking about it. And again, routine one more time.
Number 4.
That could be a routine, training of the body or mind, but that's actually related to discipline. This one would be in accordance with customary or standard procedure. So this is a routine check. Another definition of routine.
Number 2.
Number 2, in the nature of routine, unvarying or ordinary or requiring little thought. Sharpen.
Number 2.
Number 2, to make or become sharp or sharper. Tactics.
Number 4.
Yep. The science of maneuvering military forces against an enemy. And tactics one more time.
Number 4.
Number 4, skillful maneuvers for any kind of advantage. Fantastic work, you guys. Really good there. Okay. Going to do just one more now, where we use them just to check that we've got them down to the point where we understand how they're used. So we've got a sentence here, workers who dislike something. What could that be? There's 2 words that could fit in.
Routine.
It could be routine. It could also be discipline. The soldiers were kept to a military regimen. There's 2 words that could fit there. No, there's 1 word, sorry.
Rigorous.
Rigorous. Yep, very good. You could say intense if it was an intense, but it's not. So it's a rigorous military regimen. The army uses various methods of something to prepare soldiers for fighting.
Discipline.
Discipline, yep. It could also, yeah, it's almost certainly discipline. It could be, well, it couldn't really be routine. No, not really. A laser gives out an light.
Intense.
Intense light, very good. Some actors enjoy something if they achieve it.
Fame.
Fame, very good. The equipment must meet specifications. Remember, this word could mean exact, accurate, precise. Sorry?
Reflected.
Not reflected.
Rigorous.
Rigorous. Very good. He on the problem for quite some time. Now, this means to think about the problem. What could it be?
Reflected.
Reflected on the problem for quite some time. Great. She's trying to herself to avoid snack foods.
Discipline.
Discipline herself. So we're using it as a verb there. Something precautions against fire.
Equipment.
Not equipment. Precautions are things that we do or we have in place to prevent something from happening. So in this case, fire. It's a description of those things. So it's a description of a noun. So we need an adjective.
Ordered.
It could be rigorous. It could also be routine.
Rigorous.
I think we'll go with rigorous. It could be either, to be honest. It could be routine precautions against fire, as in doing fire drills regularly. That would be a routine precaution. Or it could be rigorous precautions against fire, meaning that you've gone to great efforts to put precautions in place to prevent a fire from happening. He keeps his golf clubs and other sports something in this closet.
Tin.
Equipment. Yep, equipment. Great job, guys. Doing really well. Getting up before dawn to run several miles each morning requires what?
Routine.
One more time.
Endurance.
It does require endurance. That could work, but I don't think this is the right word right now. I think it's discipline.
Routine.
Discipline. We need discipline to get up. And actually running those miles requires endurance as well. Good coaching and practice helped to something the team.
Tense.
Not intense.
Discipline.
Discipline the team. So you see here, discipline here is used as a noun. It requires discipline. And here it's used as a verb. Helped to discipline the team. The fallen soldiers suffered something pain.
Intense.
Intense pain. Very good. I'm something my boots, so there'll be more water resistance. Resistant.
Conditioning.
Conditioning my boots. Very good. So that means you put something on your boots, like some kind of wax or oil, so they'll be more water resistant. His habits interfered with the daily something of the business.
Tin.
The daily routine of the business. Very good. Difficult times test our something, but we will make it through this.
Endurance.
Endurance. Very good. The restaurant's something derives as much from its fabulous view as from its cuisine.
Fame.
Fame. Very good. He has to himself to work more effectively.
Discipline.
Discipline, and we're using it as a verb there again. Their mother's something of the hardships in her life was something her adult children could only wonder at.
Discipline.
Not discipline. So she's made it through the hardships, the difficult times in her life.
Endurance.
Endurance. Very good. Great physical something is needed to run a marathon.
Endurance.
It could be endurance, yep. It could also be conditioning. It could be either, to be fair. It could also be discipline, maybe. Great discipline rather than great physical discipline. Great physical conditioning, great physical endurance. It could be either one. She doesn't seek something. She would prefer to do her good deeds anonymously. So that means nobody knows her name. So what is it she doesn't want? What is it she doesn't seek?
Fame.
Fame.
She doesn't seek fame. Very good. The nightclub gained its as a hot spot when certain rock stars began to frequent it.
Intense.
No, you can use the same words more than once, so big clue there.
Tactics.
No. There's seven words and 8 options, so one of these words is going to be used 2 times.
Fame.
Fame, yep, well done. You need to have special something for mountain climbing.
Equipment.
Equipment, yep. He's himself for the upcoming race.
Reflect.
Not reflect. So we want a conditioning is right, yeah. We wanted a continuous verb. Their faces showed an hatred.
Intense.
Intense hatred, yep, very good. He wrote well, but he lacked the to write professionally.
Fame.
Not the fame to write professionally. What they're saying is he didn't have, sorry?
Tactics.
Not the tactics. He couldn't write professionally because he couldn't just sit down and write every day.
Conditioning.
Not conditioning.
Discipline.
Discipline, yep. Needed the discipline to sit down and do it every day. She needed time before making such an important decision.
Tactics.
No.
Intense.
No.
Reflect.
Reflect, yep. So you need to think, reflect, ponder, consider before making such an important decision. And then finally, his for getting a raise were good.
Conditioning.
Nope.
Tactics.
Tactics, yep. So he has some ideas, plans. His tactics for getting a raise were good. Great, great work there, guys. Now, there's many other games you can do, of course, right here. So if you want to learn that vocabulary a bit more strongly or in a different way, there's lots of things you can do, like crosswords, spelling games, and matching activities, and so on. But right now, I think we've done 3 games, which I think should have us well versed in what these words mean. So let's go through the questions and see what we can remember. So where did gladiators typically wake up in the morning? Was it in their quarters within or near the training school called the Ludus? In their quarters within or near the training school called the Colosseum? Or on a straw bed outside under a small canopy?
I think it's A.
It is A, yep. It's in their quarters within or near the training school, and the training school is called the Ludus. Very good. And you can get a further explanation of that using AI if you wish. So let's push forward. What type of food did gladiators commonly eat for breakfast? Was it avocado on toast, Cheerios, Cocoa Puffs, or Shreddies, bread, porridge, or fruit, or lean meat, tomatoes, and milk?
Bread, produce, or fruit.
That's right, bread, porridge, or fruit, because we need things like porridge, which has complex carbohydrates, which improve our endurance. So again, you can explain that further if you want more of an explanation using the AI. What activities constituted the core of a gladiator's day, the main part of a gladiator's day? Was it basic hygiene, such as brushing teeth, showering, and flossing, going for a walk, drinking coffee, and eating a light meal, or rigorous training, including weapons practice, swordsmanship, spear throwing, and grappling?
Rigorous training, including
Yes, it's rigorous training, including all of the aforementioned things. Who supervised the gladiators during their training sessions? Was it the Lannister, the Emperor, or nobody at all?
Nobody.
It was somebody.
Lannister.
Yes, they were called the Lannister. Yep, very good. What kinds of foods were commonly included in a gladiator's meal after training? Low protein foods like corn, tomatoes, bread, and sometimes cheese or snacks when available. High protein foods like beans, lentils, bread, and sometimes meat or fish when available. Or high calcium foods like milk, cheese, and sometimes grains or cream when available.
Main protein foods.
It was high protein foods, very good, like beans and lentils or meat and fish if it was available. Besides physical training, what additional skills might gladiators learn on certain days? Was it climbing, swimming, and guerrilla tactics? Learning to use specific weapons or tactics for upcoming matches? Reading, writing, and drawing?
Learning to use specific weapons.
Yes. So it was learning to use specific weapons like spears, nets, tridents, or tactics for upcoming matches, so ways to defeat your enemy. How did gladiators maintain their equipment? So did they dull their swords, break their armor, and dirty their gear, sharpen their minds, repair their clothes, and clean their gear, or sharpen swords, repaired armor, and cleaned their gear?
They sharpen sword, repair more, and clean their gear.
Exactly. Very good. What activities did gladiators engage in during their limited free time? Was it socializing, sharing stories, resting, and reflecting on their progress and strategies? Playing video games, sharing food, reading, and reflecting on their progress and strategies? Was it socializing, sharing stories, resting, and doing their homework?
Socializing, sharing story, resting, and reflecting on their progress and strategies.
That's right, yeah. So you can tell quite quickly, playing video games, they didn't have video games in ancient Rome. Homework, as far as I know, gladiators didn't have to do their homework because they weren't studying so much. They were studying the martial arts as opposed to academic arts. Who could gladiators sometimes access for injuries sustained during training? Was it a doctor or apothecary, a healer or a medic, a priest or a witch doctor?
Healer or medic.
A witch doctor.
A witch. Oh, we've got so two choices: a healer or a medic, a doctor or apothecary, or a priest or a witch doctor. Let's have a look at healer or medic. Healer or medic is the right one. How did the routine change on days when a gladiator was scheduled to fight? Is it the focus shifted to physical preparation, reviewing plans, and repairing equipment? The focus shifted to resting, preparing for combat, and cleaning equipment? Or the focus shifted to mental preparation, reviewing tactics, and maintaining combat readiness?
The focus shifted to mental preparation.
That's right, yeah. It was about mental preparation, preparing yourself in the mind. So great job, guys. Well done. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to practice conversational skills by using this little AI function here, which is basically a Roman gladiator. So we can talk to a Roman gladiator, okay? So what we're going to do, guys, is we're going to come up with each of us 3 questions to ask the Roman gladiator, and then we'll see what responses we get, okay? So I'll give you a few minutes to write down some questions, okay? Okay, so we've had some time to write down some questions for our gladiator. So we've got 9 questions. Let's start with question 1, which is, how do you mentally prepare for a fight in the Colosseum? So let's see what our gladiator says. Okay, so, wow, quite a long answer. The roar of the crowd, the scent of sweat, sand and sweat, the thrill of battle. I am a Roman gladiator, a warrior of the arena. As I stand before the gates of the Colosseum, I focus my mind and steel myself for the fight ahead. My name is Marcus, and I am a Murmillo, a gladiator of the mighty sword and shield. I have trained tirelessly, honing my skills with gladius and scutum, perfecting my technique in the ludus, the gladiatorial school. But mental preparation is just as crucial as physical prowess. I begin by clearing my mind, letting go of distractions and doubts. I visualize my fight, imagining my opponent's strengths and weaknesses. I see myself victorious, my sword slicing through the air, my shield deflecting every blow. I feel the rush of adrenaline, the surge of confidence that comes with knowing I am a skilled fighter. I offer a silent prayer to Mars, the god of war, asking for his favor and protection. I invoke the spirits of my ancestors, seeking their guidance and strength. I am not just fighting for myself, but for my familia, my fellow gladiators, and the glory of Rome. As I walk into the arena, the roar of the crowd becomes a deafening din. I focus on the sound of my own breathing, the pounding of my heart. I am a warrior, an instrument of war, and I will not be swayed by the whims of the crowd. I glance at my opponent, sizing him up, searching for any weakness. I am a student of the game, always adapting, always improvising. I will use every trick, every tactic to emerge victorious. And yet I am also aware of my own mortality. I may not leave the arena alive, but if that is my fate, I will die with honor. My sword in hand, my shield on my arm. For a gladiator, there is no greater glory than to die in the service of Rome, in the pursuit of victory. I take a deep breath, feeling the weight of my armor, the grip of my sword. I am ready. I am a Roman gladiator, and I will not be defeated. So there we go. We've got an answer there. So let's try question number 2. How strict is the discipline of the Lannister who train you? So, all right. The discipline of the Lannister. It is harsh, and it is a harsh and unyielding regime, one that forges a warrior from the very depths of his being. Our Lannister, the master of the Ludus, is a man named Gaius. He is a seasoned gladiator, a veteran of countless battles, and his experience is etched on his face like the scars on my own body. Gaius is a hard man, unforgiving and demanding. He pushes us to our limits, testing our endurance, our strength, and our will to survive. The training regimen is brutal. We rise before the sun for a series of rigorous exercises. Running, jumping, and strength training. We practice with wooden swords. Our movements choreographed to perfection, our strikes precise and deadly. The Lannister watches our every move, correcting our technique, punishing our mistakes. A mistake in the arena can be fatal, and Gaius drills this into us every day. He is merciless but fair. He knows that a gladiator's life is short and that our time in the arena is fleeting. He pushes us to be better, to be faster, to be stronger for our own survival. The discipline is strict, with rules that govern every aspect of our lives. We are forbidden from leaving the Ludus without permission, and any transgression is punished severely. A gladiator who disobeys the rules may be subjected to flogging or worse, forced to fight with a disadvantage, such as a shorter sword or a heavier shield. But it is not all punishment and pain. The Lannister also teaches us the value of discipline, of control, of strategy. He shows us how to read our opponents, how to anticipate their moves, and how to exploit their weaknesses. He instills in us a sense of pride and loyalty to ourselves, to our fellow gladiators, and to the Ludus. In the end, it is this discipline that will keep me alive in the arena. It is the knowledge that I have been trained by the best, that I have been tested and proven, that gives me the confidence to face any opponent, no matter how formidable. Okay, very good. So let's ask another question. What would happen if you don't do what the Lannister tell you to do? So let's see. The wrath of the Lannister. It is a fate worse than death itself. If you do not do what the Lannister tell you to do, you will suffer the consequences. And I speak from experience. I once disobeyed Gaius, our Lannister, by refusing to practice a new technique he was trying to teach me. I thought I knew better, that I was superior. Gaius was furious. He summoned the Scorparius, the whipmaster, and had me flogged in front of the entire ludus. The pain was excruciating, the humiliation even worse. I was forced to endure the lashes, my back ripped open, my dignity shattered. But that was not the end of it. Gaius also docked my pay, reducing my already meager earnings. And to make matters worse, he paired me with a more experienced gladiator for a training session, a man who was determined to teach me a lesson. The Lannister have absolute authority over us gladiators. They can do as they please, and we must obey without question. If you disobey, you risk not only punishment, but also damage to your reputation and your chances of survival in the arena. In extreme cases, a gladiator who disobeys the Lannister may be forced to fight in a munus, a special exhibition match where the odds are stacked against him. This can be a fight to the death, with the gladiator facing a more skilled or better armed opponent. And then, of course, there is the ultimate punishment, sale to a Lannister known for his cruelty and ruthlessness. A gladiator who disobeys may be sold to a ludus where the conditions are brutal, the training is merciless, and the chances of survival are slim. So I do what the Lannister tell me to do. I obey without question, and I pray that I will emerge victorious in the arena, and that one day I will earn my freedom. For a gladiator, there is no other way to survive. Wow, okay. Let's try this question. How do you maintain your equipment? So, try that one. How do you maintain your equipment? Let's see if that one loads. Hold on. Oh, nope, it's making us log in. Okay. So we'll come back to that later once I've logged into that. So you can play around with that if you like, and talk to the gladiator, of course, and ask some questions. Meanwhile, what we're going to do is push on to the next section. It's very useful, that AI there, just to sort of discuss different things that you might be interested in when you're working through the course. It's very good for practicing conversation, especially written conversation, and it can be very useful as well when you just want to find out a bit more information about something that you're studying. You can go through a little AI chat box like that, and it can be very good for role playing out certain scenarios, or just finding out a bit more information from somebody who, of course, it's simulated, but from somebody who is a simulated version of what is really that, which I think is very enjoyable and very fun. So we're going to watch another video now. This is the complete history of the Roman Empire. Okay, so it's 12 minutes long. We have a transcript and a vocabulary bank to go through, and we'll go through those shortly. We'll watch the video now from the beginning.
Welcome to our journey through.
Just make sure that the quality is good. Turn the quality up a little bit. Okay.
Welcome to our journey through the fascinating history of the Roman Empire, a civilization that shaped the course of Western history for centuries. In this video, we will delve into the rise, peak, and eventual fall of one of the most powerful empires the world has ever seen. The Roman Empire, established in 27 BC and lasting for over 500 years, left an indelible mark on the world through its advancements in governance, engineering, art, and culture. Understanding the history of the Roman Empire is crucial in comprehending the foundations of modern society and governance systems. Today, as we navigate a complex global landscape, the lessons from Roman history remain relevant. By exploring the triumphs and challenges faced by the Romans, we can gain insights into issues of power, leadership, and societal dynamics that continue to shape our world. Throughout this video, we will uncover the stories of legendary figures such as Julius Caesar, Augustus, and Cleopatra, as well as pivotal events like the Punic Wars, the rise of Christianity, and the eventual fall of the empire. Join us as we unravel the mysteries and marvels of the Roman Empire, a civilization that continues to captivate and inspire us to this day. Founding of Rome, unraveling the legendary origins and establishment of the Roman kingdom. The founding of Rome is steeped in myth and legend, with one of the most famous tales being that of Romulus and Remus, twin brothers raised by a she-wolf who went on to establish the city of Rome. This mythical origin story symbolizes the blending of indigenous Latin and Sabine cultures that laid the foundation for the Roman civilization. From its humble beginnings as a small settlement on the banks of the Tiber River, Rome grew into a powerful kingdom under the rule of legendary kings such as Romulus, Numa Pompilius, and Tarquin the Proud. However, the monarchy eventually gave way to a more democratic form of governance with the establishment of the Roman Republic in 509 BC. The transition to a republic marked a significant shift in Roman politics, with power being shared among elected officials known as consuls, senators, and tribunes. This period saw the rise of influential figures like Julius Caesar, a brilliant military strategist and politician who played a pivotal role in the downfall of the Republic, and Augustus, who became the first emperor of Rome and ushered in a new era of imperial rule. Roman Republic, unveiling the political structure, expansion, and conflicts of an era. During the Roman Republic era, the political landscape was defined by a complex system of governance that balanced power between various institutions. At the heart of this system was the Roman Senate, a council of elders who advised on matters of state and played a crucial role in shaping Roman policy. The two annually elected consuls served as the highest-ranking officials in the Republic, wielding executive authority and leading the Roman legions in times of war. One of the most defining periods of the Roman Republic was the series of conflicts known as the Punic Wars, fought against the powerful city-state of Carthage. These wars, spanning over a century, resulted in Rome's territorial expansion across the Mediterranean and solidified its status as a dominant force in the ancient world. Amidst these tumultuous times, military leaders like Scipio Africanus and Marius emerged as key figures in Roman history. Scipio Africanus, known for his strategic brilliance and victory over Carthage in the Second Punic War, expanded Rome's influence in Spain and Africa. Marius, a populist general, reformed the Roman army and played a significant role in the social war and the conflict between Marius and Sulla. Julio-Claudian dynasty, unveiling the reigns of emperors from Augustus to Nero. The Julio-Claudian dynasty marked a pivotal period in Roman history, characterized by a succession of emperors who left a lasting impact on the empire. Augustus, the first emperor of Rome, ushered in an era of relative peace and stability known as the Pax Romana. His reign saw significant architectural projects, such as the rebuilding of Rome, and cultural developments that laid the foundation for the flourishing of Roman art and literature. Tiberius succeeded Augustus and faced challenges in maintaining the empire's prosperity. His rule was marked by political intrigues and power struggles within the imperial family, leading to a climate of suspicion and fear. Caligula, infamous for his erratic behavior and cruelty, further destabilized the empire with his tyrannical rule and extravagant projects. Claudius, often underestimated for his physical disabilities, proved to be a capable emperor, overseeing the conquest of Britain and implementing important legal reforms. Nero, the last emperor of the Julio-Claudian dynasty, is remembered for his extravagance, persecution of Christians, and the Great Fire of Rome, Pax Romana, embracing peace and prosperity in the Roman Empire. The Pax Romana, or Roman peace, was a period of relative tranquility and stability that spanned approximately 2 centuries during the height of the Roman Empire. This era characterized by minimal internal strife and limited external conflicts, allowed for economic prosperity and cultural flourishing to thrive across the vast expanse of the empire. Under the Pax Romana, the Roman Empire experienced a period of unprecedented economic growth, facilitated by extensive trade networks, efficient infrastructure, and a common currency system. This prosperity led to the development of vibrant urban centers, flourishing markets, and a thriving artistic and intellectual culture that left a lasting impact on Western civilization. Emperors such as Trajan and Hadrian played significant roles in shaping the empire during this period. Trajan's military conquests expanded the empire to its greatest territorial extent, while Hadrian focused on consolidating these gains through infrastructure projects, like the construction of the famous Hadrian's Wall in Britain. The Pax Romana also witnessed advancements in law and governance, with the implementation of standardized legal codes, improved administrative systems, and the establishment of public works projects that enhanced the quality of life for Roman citizens. The crisis of the 3rd century marked a tumultuous period in Roman history, characterized by political instability, economic turmoil, and relentless invasions that threatened the very fabric of the empire. Succession crises plagued the empire as emperors rose and fell in rapid succession, often through military coups and assassinations, leading to a lack of stability and effective governance. External threats posed significant challenges to the Roman Empire during this time, with invasions by barbarian tribes such as the Goths and conflicts with the powerful Sassanid Empire in the east. These incursions strained the empire's resources and military capabilities, further exacerbating its vulnerabilities. In response to these crises, several reforms were attempted to address the empire's weaknesses. Emperors sought to stabilize the economy through currency reforms and price controls, while military reforms aimed to strengthen the Roman legions and fortify the empire's borders against external threats. Division of the empire, unveiling the split between the Western and Eastern Roman empires. The division of the Roman Empire into the Western Roman Empire and the Eastern Roman Empire, also known as the Byzantine Empire, marked a significant turning point in Roman history. The administrative and cultural differences between the two halves of the empire became increasingly pronounced as they evolved along separate paths. The split was driven by a combination of political, economic, and military factors. The Western Roman Empire faced challenges such as internal strife, invasions by barbarian tribes, and economic decline, leading to its eventual collapse in 476 AD. In contrast, the Eastern Roman Empire, with its capital in Constantinople, thrived as a center of trade, culture, and learning, enduring for nearly 1,000 years beyond the fall of the West. Key emperors and events played pivotal roles in shaping the division of the empire. Emperors like Diocletian and Constantine the Great implemented administrative reforms that laid the groundwork for the division, while the Council of Chalcedon in 451 AD further solidified the theological and cultural differences between the Western and Eastern churches. Fall of the Western Roman Empire, unraveling the factors behind the empire's collapse. The fall of the Western Roman Empire was a culmination of various factors that contributed to its decline and eventual collapse. Invasions by barbarian tribes, economic decline, internal strife, political corruption, and administrative inefficiency all played significant roles in the empire's downfall. One of the most iconic events that symbolized the weakening of the Western Roman Empire was the sack of Rome by the Visigoths in 410 AD. This devastating event, along with subsequent invasions by Vandals, Ostrogoths, and other tribes, further destabilized the empire and eroded its power and influence. Political corruption and administrative inefficiency plagued the empire, leading to a breakdown in governance and a loss of public trust in the ruling authorities. The inability to effectively manage internal affairs and external threats exacerbated the empire's vulnerabilities and hastened its decline. Despite its collapse, the Western Roman Empire left a lasting legacy on European history. Its legal system, language, architecture, and cultural traditions continued to influence the development of Western civilization for centuries to come, shaping the foundations of modern Europe. Byzantine Empire, embracing the legacy of the Eastern Roman Empire. The Byzantine Empire, the continuation of the Eastern Roman Empire, emerged as a distinct and enduring civilization that preserved and transformed many aspects of Roman traditions and culture. Despite the division of the empire, the Byzantines maintained a strong connection to their Roman roots, embracing classical art, literature, and legal systems while incorporating Greek influences into their society. Emperors like Justinian and his formidable wife Theodora left a lasting impact on the Byzantine Empire. Justinian's reign was marked by ambitious military campaigns, legal reforms, and the construction of the magnificent Hagia Sophia in Constantinople. Theodora, known for her intelligence and political acumen, played a significant role in shaping imperial policy and advocating for the rights of women and marginalized groups. The Byzantine Empire also made significant contributions to religious and artistic developments. The spread of Orthodox Christianity as the state religion influenced all aspects of Byzantine life, from politics to art and architecture. Iconography, mosaics, and religious texts flourished, creating a rich artistic tradition that continues to inspire artists to this day. Conclusion. Reflecting on the rich tapestry of the Roman Empire's history. As we conclude our exploration of the entire history of the Roman Empire, we have journeyed through a rich tapestry of events and eras that shaped one of the greatest civilizations in human history. From the legendary founding of Rome to the heights of the Roman Republic, the challenges of the Julio-Claudian dynasty, the stability of the Pax Romana, and the eventual decline and division of the empire, each period has left an indelible mark on the world. The Roman Empire's legacy endures in numerous aspects of modern society, from governance and law to architecture, language, and culture. Its influence can be seen in the foundations of Western civilization, shaping political systems, artistic traditions, and philosophical thought for centuries to come.
Okay, so guys, we've got a transcript to read through now, which is the entire history of the Roman Empire. So we can see this transcript right here with various words pulled up, which will be defined in on the next section, which is the vocabulary bank. So here we have the transcript, and we'll have a look through that a little bit later. What I'd like to do first, though, is have a look at the vocabulary bank. So we can see various words to learn, which can help us to understand the text a little bit better. Yeah. So just bear with me one moment while I get these words ready. Okay. Right, so I put the words in the chat box for you there. Let's go through some games now. So let's start with a simple game of tic-tac-toe. Okay. So let's start by choosing a square. So just to make this a bit simpler, let's have squares A, B, and C. And then we'll have squares 1, 2, and 3. So let's bring that one up a little bit. Okay, so let's start by choosing a square. Can someone choose a square for me? Like A1 or B2 or C3 or any of the squares?
I choose A1.
Great choice, A1. Okay, so this is, and we've got to be quick, the act, process, manner, or power of exercising authority and control, government. What could the word be? Quickly. Come on, guys. Oh, too late. Okay, we didn't get that one. Let's try another word. Sorry, another square. So which square should we choose?
B2.
B2, okay. Anything that is passed down or received from ancestors or from people who have come before.
Legacy.
Legacy is the word. Well done. Okay, so we got that square. Let's choose another one.
B1.
B1, okay. A story, theme, or personage that may or may not be factual, preserved in oral or written form as an embodiment of a people's ideals and accepted truths. So this is it's a myth. Yeah, a myth. A story that may or may not be true, usually related to the folklore or culture of a country. Very good. Choose another square, guys.
B3.
B3, okay. To strengthen or secure, make solid or stable.
Legacy.
Consolidate.
Consolidate, very good. And you can see the word solid in there, which means to bring everything together and make it safe and secure and bring it all together. Great job. Okay, let's try another game. Choose a square.
B1.
B1, okay. Having meaning, meaningful.
Significant.
Significant, well done. Choose another one.
B2.
B2, an enduring result of a past event.
Legacy.
A legacy, very good. All right, choose another square.
B3.
B3. I suppose from the same family or group.
Dynasty.
Dynasty or dynasty. Yep, very good. That's almost like a family lineage of rulers. Very good. Let's try another one. Choose a square.
C1.
A1 or C1? Did you say C1?
Yes.
C1. The improvement of wrong or bad conditions, especially by political means. So making things better politically.
Pivotal.
It's not pivotal, it's reform. Reform. When we reform things, we make things better. Choose a square.
C2.
C2. To be a symbol of.
Symbolize.
To symbolize, to show something in a symbolic way. Next one.
C3.
C3. Grow weaker or diminish gradually.
Decline.
Decline. Very good. Yep, well done. Good job, guys. Okay, choose another square.
A1.
C1, okay. Critically important or crucial, on which something is contingent. So it's pivotal, soft I there. Pivotal. Yep, very good. Choose another square.
C2.
C2, okay. Making or leaving a permanent mark.
Indelible.
Indelible is right. Well done. So something that leaves a permanent mark. Very good. Choose another square.
C3.
C3. Okay, good. To combine into a whole or mass. To unify.
Legacy.
It's not legacy.
Consolidate.
Consolidate. Yep. To make one thing solid. Yep. Very good, guys. Good job. All right. Let's try another one. Choose a square.
A1.
A1. Good. Not prideful or pretentious. Modest.
Humble.
Humble. Very good. Choose another square.
A2.
A2. Okay. Incapable of being removed or obliterated. Permanent. Something that won't go away.
Indelible.
Indelible. Very good.
Indelible.
Choose another square.
A3.
A3. The state of being vulnerable, a weakness.
Vulnerability.
Vulnerability, very good. All right, good job, guys. All right, choose a square.
B1.
A1. Anything contributed or created by someone who is no longer living or active and which continues to be of influence or impact.
Might.
Not a myth, no.
Legacy.
Legacy, yeah. What is left after you die? Right, very good. Choose another square.
A2.
A2. Movement downwards.
Decline.
Decline, very good. Choose another square.
A3.
A3, very good. An act of entering into the territory of others with the intention of overtaking. An act or an invasion. Well done. Spectacular, guys. We're really good. Okay, choose another square.
C1.
C1, good. A story or body of stories based on tradition or legend originating in the oral history of a pre-literate society and incorporating its beliefs about the origins of the world. It's a myth. Yep, very good. Choose another square.
B1.
B1, okay. To become unified or strengthened.
Dynasty.
Consolidate. Very good. Consolidate. Choose another square.
A1.
A1, okay. Having consequence or import. Important.
Significant.
Significant. Very good. Doing really well, guys. Great job. Okay, fantastic. See that? We did really, really well there. Okay, let's try a different game. Okay. Let's try a crossword this time. And we'll take away those annotations on the board. Okay. So, first of all, we have one across, and this is movement downward. What could that be?
Decline.
Decline. Great. Let's try two down. Making or leaving a permanent mark.
Indelible.
Oh, gotta go down the right way. Indelible. Well done. Let's try three across. Not prideful or pretentious, modest.
Humble.
Humble. Well done. Humble. Great. Let's try four across. To be a symbol of. To represent something. Yep, is to symbolize. Great. Let's try five down. An act of entering into the territory of others with the intention of overtaking.
Invasion.
Invasion. Very good. Eight across. Let's try eight across. To become unified or strengthened. To become
indelible.
No. Indelible is more like being permanent. This is more about bringing everything together into one solid group.
Consolidate.
That's great. Consolidate. Fantastic. Six across. Let's try it. Incapable of being removed or obliterated. Permanent.
Legacy.
Not legacy. It's one we've already had in this crossword.
Invasion.
Not invasion. Let's try 7 down to see if we can help us find it. A succession lasting several generations of rulers from the same family or group.
Dynasty.
Dynasty. Well done. Very good. Now let's see if that helps us. So we've got 6 across, something D, and it means incapable of being removed or obliterated.
Indelible.
Indelible. Well done. Indelible. Great job. Let's try 13 across now. So this is the state of being vulnerable.
Vulnerability.
Vulnerability is right. The state of being weak or having a weakness. Let's try 14 down. So 14 down, an enduring result of a past event.
Legacy.
Legacy. Fantastic. Great job. Let's try 16 across. The act, process, manner, or power of exercising authority and control.
Governance.
Governance is right. Well done. Let's try 18 across. To strengthen or secure, to make solid or stable.
Consolidate.
Consolidate. Very good. 17 down. The improvement of wrong or bad conditions, especially by political means.
Decline.
Not decline. Decline means to go down.
Legacy.
Not legacy, no. Think about the definition rather than the letters. So, reform, yep, very good. All right, let's try 20 across.
Myth.
It's myth, well done, yep. So stories based on tradition or legend. 11 down, critically important or crucial.
Invasion.
Not invasion. So think about the definition rather than where the letters are. But something that is so important that if this doesn't happen, then all the rest of it won't happen either.
Pivotal.
Pivotal, very good. Pivotal, like this. Great. 10 down. Anything that is passed down or received from ancestors or from people who have come before. What do we think?
Legacy.
Legacy. Very good. 9 down. To grow weaker or diminish gradually.
Decline.
Decline. Well done. 12 down. Anything contributed or created by someone who is no longer living and active, which continues to be of influence or impact. We're talking about something that ancestors leave behind, something abstract.
Pivotal.
No, not pivotal. Think about the thing that is left behind, the stories that are left behind.
Legacy.
Legacy, very good. Okay, let's try 15 down. Having meaning, meaningful.
Significant.
Significant, very good. Let's try this one now, 15 across, having consequence or import, something that's important.
Significant.
Significant again. Very good. 21 across, combine into a whole or mass, unify.
Consolidate.
Consolidate, very good. And then 19 down, a story, theme, or personage that may or may not be factual, preserved in oral or written form as an embodiment of a people's ideals and accepted truths.
Myth.
It's a myth. Very good. Great job, guys. Well done. So there we go. We've got all of our words there, and we've learned them very, very well. Let's move back. Okay. All right. Let's try let's try the matching, fill in the blank. Let's try. So fill in the blank. We're going to try to use these in the correct place. Okay. So the German something of Poland took place in 1939.
Myth.
Not myth. So Germany went into Poland without Poland's permission. They were not
Legacy.
wanted. Sorry?
Legacy.
Not legacy. This is talking about the beginning of World War II, where Germany, the German army, went into Poland, and they were not supposed to be there. They were not allowed there.
Indelible.
No, it's not indelible.
Invasion.
Invasion. Very good. The invasion, because the German army went into Poland and they were not allowed to go in there. They were not welcomed by Poland. It was invasion. According to the Greek something, Prometheus stole fire from the gods and gave it to man.
Myth.
That's a Greek myth. Very good. But Prometheus, yep, a very old Greek myth about somebody called Prometheus who stole fire and gave it to the humans and was punished by the gods afterwards. Something ink. So ink is what is in pens, of course.
Indelible.
Indelible ink. So this is ink you cannot remove. Permanent ink. Very good. It was a small but something victory as it gave the troops the confidence they needed to battle on.
Invasion.
Significant.
Say that again, sorry.
Significant.
It could indeed be significant. And there's another word you could use. It's not actually up here, but there is another word that could work too. Any idea what that word could be? It's not one of the words you can see on screen. Begins with a P. You could also use the word pivotal, a pivotal victory, because pivotal means that a pivotal victory in a war is the difference between winning the war and losing the war. So an individual battle could be pivotal. So, for example, the Battle of Stalingrad, which was a battle between Germany and the USSR in World War II, the Soviet Union, was a pivotal battle because when the USSR won, it meant that Germany were going to lose the war, and they did lose the war after that. Next, her position as leader.
Consolidated.
Very good. Consolidated her position as leader. So she put all her power together. She got together everybody who supported her and set herself up as the leader. Next, the large number of orphans is a something of the war.
Invasion.
Not an invasion. So first of all, we would say an invasion because it's a vowel sound. But this is not related to, this is not an invasion. So orphans are children that don't have a mum and a dad. A mum or a dad.
Vulnerability.
Is a what?
Vulnerability.
No, it's not a vulnerability of the war. We're talking about something that is a reminder of the war having happened.
Decline.
No, it's not decline. It's something that's very sad, because basically what it's saying is the war killed lots of people, and that led to lots of children not having parents because their parents had died. And then after the war ended, what we have is lots of orphans.
Indelible.
No, it's not indelible. This is what we need is a noun, okay?
Legacy.
Legacy, yeah. It's a legacy of the war. It's what's left over after the war is lots of children without parents. So it's a very sad sentence, isn't it? It was a beautiful house, but I worried about its 2 hurricanes.
Consolidating.
Consolidating.
No. So hurricanes are natural disasters, huge amounts of wind blowing a house down. So even though the house is very beautiful, it's very weak because a hurricane could knock it down.
Decline.
So what are we talking? Not decline. When we're talking about the weakness of something.
Declining.
No, not declining. We're talking about weakness.
Vulnerability.
That's the one. Vulnerability to hurricanes. Oh, clicked on the wrong one. The vulnerability to hurricanes. Very good. The union leaders are something, several small unions.
Significant.
No. So what they're doing is they're taking many small unions and putting them together into one big union.
Declining.
No. What do we do when we take lots of things that are far apart, put them together into one solid group?
Consolidating.
That's the one, consolidating. We use the continuous verb there. My father's health is something, and he can no longer live alone.
Decline.
Declining. Very good. This chart shows the something in profits over the last 6 months. So profits have gone down.
Decline.
Decline in profits over the last 6 months. Very good. Next up. The 2 businesses have done well since they joined together.
Consolidated.
Consolidated. Very good. There are various surrounding King Arthur.
Humble.
Not humble.
Myth.
King Arthur myths. Yeah, well done. King Arthur is a mythical king of the Britons. Probably didn't really exist. His fortune has, in recent years, declined in recent years. Very good. He was the son of the famed assassin, and his father's something haunted him all his life.
Indelible.
Not indelible. Indelible is an adjective. We need a noun. Not vulnerability. So he was the son of a famed assassin. So an assassin is someone who kills people for money.
Legacy.
So legacy, yeah. So his father's legacy as a murderer haunted him his whole life. So it was hard to for people to forget. This esteemed university is the great of its enlightened founder.
Legacy.
Is the great legacy of its enlightened founder. Well done. These beloved traditions are part of our cultural what?
Myths.
Not myths.
Consolidated.
Nope.
Legacy.
Legacy again, yeah. She hid her something by pretending not to care what people said about her.
Humble.
Not humble. Humble is something you are.
Vulnerability.
Vulnerability, yeah. So she didn't want people to know she did care about what people said, so she pretended she didn't. Although he was rich and powerful, he remained a man.
Humble.
A humble man. Very good. The fact that the window was open was not to us at first.
Consolidated.
No. So this is sort of like not important. The fact that the window was open was not important.
Significant.
Significant.
Significant to us at first. Very good. He was still tortured by memories of the war.
Indelible.
Indelible memories. Memories he can't forget. Right, very good. Let's try these last three now. The last to rule over all of China, was the Qing dynasty, whose emperors ruled from 1644 until 1912.
Dynasty.
The last dynasty, yeah, or dynasty. The introduction of the term rock and roll, is part of the famous disc jockey Alan Freed.
Pivotal.
Not pivotal.
Legacy.
The legacy, yep, very good. The thing that he had left behind is this term, rock and roll. The role that he played in the negotiations was
Significant.
yes, but pivotal is better. So it could be significant, but pivotal, because pivotal means that if it wasn't for the negotiations, then it wouldn't have worked. So it says here, little would have been achieved. So it was pivotal that he played this role in the negotiations. Other than price, there is no difference between these products.
Significant.
Significant difference. Fantastic. All right, that's really good, you guys. You're doing really, really well. Now, obviously, there are lots of other games that you can play on here to learn some more of the vocabulary. Okay, so if you do want to learn a bit more, then you can do it that way. We'll finish the lesson there, and we'll continue with that in another lesson. Okay. So before we stop, is there anything else that I can help you with? Anything I can go over with you at all?
I think no.
Okay. All right, guys. Well, we'll finish there then. And thank you for joining the lesson today. And I'll see you again soon. Bye-bye for now then. Take care.
Teacher.
Goodbye, teacher.
Goodbye, guys. Bye-bye.
Goodbye, teacher.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Take care. Bye-bye, everyone. Okay, guys, so we'll start today's lesson with just with a vocabulary game, okay? So You can see the vocabulary bank, which is in the chat box. You'll be able to see that just in the chat box there. So have a look through the 15 words that you can see, and we're going to see if we can work out which word of the 3 listed here is the correct one. So first of all, this word is a noun, and a related word is fire. Does anyone have any idea what this word could be? Is it severe, attraction, or illumination? Not sure? Let's have a clue. So another a similar word is light. So light. Does that help at all? So we've got illumination, attraction, and severe. Let's try another clue, shall we? Okay. So an antonym, an opposite word, is ignorance. And let's try the last one. Okay, the definition here, the act of illuminating or the state of being illuminated. So some big clues there. Any ideas, guys? What word we're looking at here? Just say the word that you think. Don't worry if you get things wrong. It's okay just to try and have a guess. Or if you are a bit shy of talking, just write the word in the chat box. Any ideas, you guys? Okay, we've got one word in the chat box from Chi, and that's the word illumination. Yeah, so illumination is the act of illuminating or being illuminated, basically lighting something up. It also has a more abstract definition, the opposite of ignorance. So essentially knowledge. Well done, you guys. Let's try another one. So next we have a noun. This is an arena or stadium consisting of tiers of seats rising outward, forming an open central area used for performances, contests, and the like. So this is like a kind of very much like a stadium in that the seats sort of start on the ground close together and then they get wider and wider in the circumference. Yep, well done, guys. That's amphitheater. And we can see an image of an amphitheater right here, which is actually related to today's lesson. Next, we have a noun. We have a related word there, but I don't think that's going to help much. So a similar word here is background, which is a major clue there. Background. So we're talking about something that goes behind. Yep, the word is backdrop, very similar word. A curtain at the rear of a stage setting upon which are painted elements of the setting, such as windows, furniture, the sky, or the like, often used in theatre. Next, we have a noun, and the example is magnetic is a powerful force. So we're talking about the ability to draw something in, to pull something towards itself. Yes, well done. The word is attraction. Good job. And the opposite word is repulsion. So push something away. Very good. Next, we have a noun, and a related word is artisan. So an artisan is someone who's very, very good at what they do, usually a manual physical skill, usually one where you create something. Yep, we've got craftsman. So a man, or rather a person who practices a craft or skilled trade. Very good. All right, well done, guys. Now we're going to buy some powers to just make the game a little easier. We have an adjective here, and a related word is delectable. So when we describe something as delectable, we're usually talking about food that we really like, really delicious food. So what kind of adjective here could that possibly match up with? Only one of these words is an adjective, so that's a major clue. Which word could it be? Yes, well done. It's enjoyable. And some similar words are pleasing or entertaining. Very good. Next, we have a noun, and a similar word is captive. So a captive is someone who is basically restrained against their will. It's a prisoner. Well done. Somebody who is held under close guard or restraint, especially while on trial for a criminal offense, after conviction of a crime, or as an enemy during wartime. Very good. So the example there is the captive in handcuffs was marched into the room. Next, we have a transitive verb, and a related word is maintain. So when we maintain something, we sort of keep it going, keep it working, keep it operable, keep it alive. And the word is, yes, well done, preserve. A similar word is to conserve. And the definition here is to protect from injury, harm, or mishap. Very good. So the example, using this polish will help preserve the wood. Very good. All right, next we have a noun. And the example here is the troops engaged in heavy that day. So what could that mean? The troops engaged in heavy something that day. Combat is right. Yep, combat, fighting, conflict. And the definition here is fighting as between warring opponents. Very good. All right, let's proceed. Next, we have a noun, and a related word is belligerent. Now, belligerent can also be used as an adjective, but in this case, we're talking about a belligerent, as in somebody who is fighting on one side of a war. Let's take a couple away. So we've got the word gladiator or the word complete. So I'm going to tell you guys it's the word gladiator. So a gladiator was a man in ancient Rome who fought, sometimes to the death, not often actually, but sometimes to the death, and usually under compulsion for the amusement of an audience. Okay. All right. Let's take one more reveal. Let's have a look at this next word. It's an adjective. A mechanic needs a something set of auto wrenches. A mechanic needs a something set of auto wrenches. So what we need here is an adjective to talk about something being full. Not amphitheater. Let's have some clues. So a similar word would be all. A synonym would be whole. And the definition, lacking no necessary elements or parts. So when something is complete, well done. Very good. A mechanic needs a complete set of auto wrenches. Very good. Next, we have a noun, and a related word is despot. So a despot is, well, somebody who rules absolutely. So let's have some, a similar word is king. Yes, and you guys have worked it out. Emperor, a supreme ruler of an empire. Next, we have an adjective, and a related word is tough. Tough. So let's have some clues for that one. A synonym is rigorous, and the definition, extremely harsh, extremely strict, harsh, or rigid. It's not the word combat, although I can see why you've made that connection. Combat is actually a noun, and this is an adjective. So we're describing a noun. The example here is his father was a judge of his friends. Yes, well done. A severe judge of his friends. Fantastic. Next, we have a noun, and the definition is the process of putting into effect. So we're talking about making something work, sort of pressing the green light on something, making it work, beginning with something. Now, this word is also the act of, well, killing somebody through in a legal way. When somebody is executed, their life is ended in accordance with the law. So execution is also the process of putting into effect. There we go. So next we have a noun, and this is a person who engages in trade, a dealer or a merchant. Very good. A trader, a merchant or a middleman. Very good. All right, great stuff, guys. Well done. We're doing well. That's level 4. We're up to. We finished that now. Now let's try using these words in context. Okay, those are definitions. So let's go through the definitions first, and then we'll try some context stuff. So amphitheater is the answer 1, 2, 3, or 4. You can just write the number. Which one is the correct answer here for amphitheater? Yes, it's an arena or stadium consisting of tiers of seats. Very good. Next, we have attraction. What is attraction? And again, just write the number. You don't have to write out the whole definition. It's the power of attracting, the power of drawing people in. Well done, guys. Next, we have backdrop. So backdrop, what do we mean by backdrop? Very good. A curtain at the rear of a stage setting. Fantastic. Combat. So we're talking about combat. We're talking about, yes, fighting as between warring opponents. Next, we have complete. So when something is complete, what do we mean by that? Very good. Yeah, lacking no necessary elements or parts. A craftsman. A craftsman. What is a craftsman? Who can tell me? It's number 4. Very good. A man who practices a craft or skilled trade, an artisan. An emperor. What is an emperor? That is the supreme male ruler of an empire. If it's female, we would have the word empress. Enjoyable. What definition goes with the word enjoyable? It's pleasant or entertaining. Very good. Execution. Not the definition where we mean killing someone with the sanction of the law, but the process of putting into effect. Well done. And a gladiator. What is a gladiator? Well done, guys. A man in ancient Rome who fought often to the death and usually under compulsion for the amusement of an audience. Now, I will correct the definition here. The word often is not strictly true. Gladiators didn't often fight to the death, although sometimes they were killed, or but they weren't always killed. They didn't often fight to the death. They did often fight. Illumination, so lighting things up. What do we mean by, yes, the act of illuminating, the act of lighting things up, or in many cases, illumination can also mean illumination of knowledge, lighting up the dark areas of ignorance. And then we have this verb preserve. What do we mean by preserve? Very good. To protect from injury, harm, or mishap. Great work, guys. We're doing really well. A prisoner. What is a prisoner? Yes, it's a person held under close guard or restraint, especially while on trial. Severe. What do we mean by severe? It's an adjective. If we describe, yep, very good. If someone's, if a punishment is severe, we mean it's extremely strict, harsh, or rigid. And trader. What is a trader? Someone who engages in trade, a dealer, or a merchant. Very, very good. Okay, fantastic work, guys. And of course, we've done really, really well there. Now let's have a look. So we've got our vocabulary bank here, which you should be able to see. Let's try one more here. Okay. Let me just check if this is the game that I want. Fill in the blank. So down. Okay, yes, this is the one. So let's try using these in context now. So she prayed that the children would be from harm. So now we're going to have to write in the full word. She prayed that the children would be from harm. Now you can use the same word more than once in this activity. It's not the word severe. Severe is an adjective. We need a past tense verb, because we can see here this says prayed, which is past tense. Yes, so the word is preserved. Now remember, guys, there might be different forms of the same word, like prisoner and prisoners, or the same word may be used more than once. Next, we have the troops engaged in heavy that day. Troops engaged in heavy something that day. So this is actually a noun referring to fighting. Troops are soldiers. It's a more informal way of saying soldiers. Not sure? Not execution. Let's try number 3. Let's see if we'll come back to that one. So magnetic is a powerful force. So this is the force of drawing things in, pulling something towards. It's attraction. Well done. Magnetic attraction is a powerful force. His father was a judge of his friends. A severe judge of his friends. Very good. So very harsh, very strict. A mechanic needs a set of auto wrenches. So if you're a mechanic, you need to have all of the tools, not just some of them, but all of them. Not sure? We'll come back to that one, okay? It's not execution. Let's try this next one. We're allowed to exercise in the yard. So what group of people are allowed to do exercise in the yard? And this is a plural. It's prisoners. Very good. And we can tell it's prisoners and not prisoner because it's were and not was. Punishment for even small crimes could be in those times. So this is an adjective to describe the punishment. It's not combat. Punishment for small crimes could be combat. So that doesn't really work. Combat isn't often used as a punishment. It has been historically sometimes, but not commonly. What we want really is an adjective, not a noun, to describe the punishment and how bad it was. So it's not preserved. We need, again, preserved isn't the right sort of thing we're looking at here. We're looking for an adjective to describe something as being particularly cruel or harsh or strict. Let's come back to that one. Okay. Number 8, in handcuffs was marched into the room. Now pay attention to this bit. Was marched, not were marched. So that means we need a singular noun. Prisoner. Very good. Next one. The Allied were housed in rough barracks. Now barracks are like the houses that soldiers stay in temporarily in the army. Yes, and it's the word prisoners again. Very good. And we see it's a plural noun because of the word were. Next, the plan will require everyone's help. So this is when we put a plan into motion. Not complete. Completion of the plan would be okay, but this is not there isn't a word completion up there, so we've just got complete. That's not the one. Execution, well done, is the right one. The execution of the plan will require everyone's help. Right, let's try this one again. So the troops engaged in heavy something that day. The troops engaged in heavy. The word means fighting. Yes, it's combat. Well done. And then a mechanic needs a set of auto wrenches. A complete set of auto wrenches. Very good. Oh, let me put that in properly. Fantastic work, everyone. Oh, well, there's one more. Punishment for even small crimes could be in those days. So we're thinking of cruel punishment, strict punishment, very nasty punishment. Any idea at all, guys? The answer is severe. Severe. We're describing the punishment, the noun punishment, as severe, adjective severe. Okay, let's try the last 4 now. It was a beautiful evening for a concert in the outdoor something. So a concert, it's like a big musical event. Amphitheater, very good. Kind of like a stadium. Using this polish will help the wood. Preserve the wood, very good. Her son had died in combat in Italy, well done. Without giving this information, the report is not complete. Very good. All right, well done, guys. Great job. Now, what we're going to do now is we're going to watch the video about the Colosseum, and it will contain all of the vocabulary words we've just learned. So now we can see them in context once again on the Stax English IELTS Master Course. So let's watch that from the beginning. And we'll put the subtitles on too.
The Colosseum. Always at the top, smack bang in the middle of Rome, you'll have no trouble getting there. With that being said, here are a few facts to know. The Colosseum is an amphitheater and was built and added to by a number of Roman emperors over the years. In the Colosseum, gladiators would fight, battles would be replayed, and executions would be shown. Underneath the Colosseum, prisoners awaited death. Animals from around the world were caged, and gladiators prepared to enter the arena. Because of the many executions throughout its history, the Colosseum is now being used to shed light on the death penalty. When a prisoner anywhere in the world has their death penalty sentence changed to a less severe sentence, the Colosseum's nighttime illumination changes from white to gold. Completed in 80 AD, making it almost 2,000 years old, it's still the biggest amphitheater in the world today. Despite its almost 2,000-year history, combat entertainment only took place for about a quarter of that time. For most of its recent history, it was used in many different ways. Traders, artists, and craftsmen worked there. People would pray there, and it was even used as a place to bury people. Now it's being preserved and is only being used as a tourist attraction. However, some up to various shows and events. If you decide to go to the Colosseum, my only advice is book your ticket in advance and go early in the morning. That way you'll have less waiting time and a more enjoyable visit. Hopefully, these simple facts will inspire you to learn more about the colossal history of the Colosseum. Thanks for watching. Please.
Okay, guys. All right. So let's go through some quiz questions related to the Colosseum. So let's try these 8 questions. So first of all, what do we mean by smack bang in the middle? What does smack bang in the middle mean? Write your answer in the chat box or say it out loud. So is it nowhere even close to the center? Close to, but not exactly the middle? Or directly in the center? So we can write A, B, or C just to save time. So it means directly in the center. Well done. Smack bang in the middle. It's an idiom for directly in the center. You'll have no trouble. What does that mean? Does it mean it will be hard, it will be easy, or it is illegal? Means it will be easy. You'll have no trouble. Means it will be easy. Okay. What does shed light on? What does that mean? Does it mean A, to reveal more information about something? B, to turn on the light or light a candle? Or to illuminate the shed? What do you think? A, B, or C? It means to reveal more information about something. Well done. The Colosseum is something many tourists wish to see when they visit Italy. Is that true, false, or not given in the video? What do we think? True, false, or not given? So Quinn is saying it's true. Let's have a look. Quite correct, yep. The Roman Emperor Vespasian started building the Colosseum. True, false, or not given? Now remember, when we do an IELTS reading test, we have to listen for information that is given or information that is contradicted and directly said to be false, or we also ought to check whether the information is there at all, any information about it. So even if you know something to be true, or know something to be false, or believe something to be true, or believe something to be false, that doesn't necessarily mean that you should put true or false. It might be not given. And in this case, there's nothing about the Roman Emperor Vespasian. And you can check the text by looking for the word Vespasian, because you can't really change that to anything else. You can't change the meaning of that word to any kind of synonym, because it's a proper noun. So question 6, gladiators fought, battles were reimagined, and executions occurred in the Colosseum. Is that true, false, or not given? True is the correct answer. Well done. Underneath the Colosseum, prisoners were free to go, waited to be executed, or prepared for battle. What do we think? Waited to be executed is correct answer. Well done. And underneath the Colosseum, animals from around the world were locked up, fighting gladiators or awaiting execution. Yes, animals were locked up. Well done. Right, great job, guys. So we're going to practice a little speaking task now, which is called a historic place. Now, this is a task to practice test. So with task 2 in the IELTS speaking test, you have to speak continuously for 1 to 2 minutes. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to have 1 minute to prepare what we're going to say, as we would in the IELTS speaking test in part 2. And then I want you to speak for 1 to 2 minutes on this subject. So we're going to start with, let's start with Quinn. Okay. I'll give you 1 minute to prepare. So make sure you have pen or paper or something to take notes with. Okay. I want you to describe a historic place that you know about. So I'm going to give you 1 minute to prepare, starting from now. Okay, if you could begin speaking now.
Okay. The Colosseum, also known as a Flavian amphitheater, is an enduring symbol of the Roman Empire grandeur and complexity. Located in the heart of Rome, it was commissioned by Emperor Vespasian of the Flavian dynasty around 70 AD and completed by his son, Emperor Titus, in 80 AD. Over the years, it underwent modification by subsequent emperors, including Domitian, who added underground tunnels and chambers known as the Hypogeum.
Okay, so Quinn, the aim of part 2 is to be able to speak about the subject that's presented in your own words. Okay, so what I believe it sounded like you were doing there was reading from a text, and that's not really what we're looking for in the IELTS test. Obviously, when you go into an IELTS speaking test, you will not be allowed to take anything with you, which you will just have the 1 minute provided to make some notes about what you're going to say. So some of the questions that you should answer would be, well, first of all, tell us about a historic place, what the place is, where it's located, and the significance of the place, and describe your experience of the place. It might be that you've never been to that place. That's okay. You can just talk about how you've maybe read about it, or something that you know about it, or maybe that you would like to go there one day. What we want to avoid when we're doing the IELTS speaking test, we want to avoid rehearsed answers. Okay, so we never know really what we're going to get. We can't be 100% sure what we're going to get. So trying to rehearse an answer for an IELTS speaking test is not going to work, really. So what we want to do ideally is just to talk about a place continuously for 1 to 2 minutes, answer some questions about it, and not I don't want you to sort of look something up and read it to me word for word, because it's quite clear to an examiner when someone is doing that, because there will be, first of all, the grammar is usually flawless, but not just flawless in a way that it's spoken flawlessly, that it appears to be written flawlessly as well. And it comes up, the speaking itself comes off a little bit unnatural, because it is quite clear that the person is reading it, you understand, and they may use terms which they don't fully know. It doesn't really work, because once you get onto part 3, It isn't just you speaking, it will be the examiner speaking as well, and it will be a bit more conversational. And at that point, the examiner may ask you questions about things that you've spoken about. And if you're not entirely familiar with it, it will betray the idea that it will betray the fact that you've rehearsed an answer. So we want to avoid rehearsed answers, okay? So let's try this again. This time, let's try it with Chi. So Chi, I would like you to describe a historic place that you know about. You should say what the place is, where it is located, and what is the significance of the place, and your experience of the place. Okay, so I'll give you a minute to prepare, Chi, and you can take some notes. Your minute starts now, okay? Okay, so if you could begin speaking now, please.
Yes. I think a historic place that I know about is Lam Kinh Historical Site, and it's located in Thanh Hóa Province, Lam Sơn Town. I think it is so important with our traditional because this is one of the historical relics of Thanh Hóa with a long history. It's commemorate the marriages of heroes who came before, and the experience when I came here is everything is so historical. I can see the I can study a lot of experience about the king, or I think that's okay.
Okay, so you spoke there for a minute and a half, which is good. Ideally, we want to try to get up to that 2-minute mark, but you can see there that you self-corrected a number of times. You made sure that you were talking in the past tense where necessary, and you were able to go through all of the questions that are presented. So you're doing well there, Chi. Next, I would like to hear from Vutandat. So I'd like to you to take 1 minute to prepare, and then speak for 1 to 2 minutes, ideally as close to 2 minutes as possible, about a historic place that you know about. So Vutandat, I'm going to give you a minute to prepare, and then I want you to speak afterwards, okay? So your minute begins now. Okay, if you could just begin speaking now, please.
Yes. In my country, there are many historic places such as Lighting Pagoda, King Ting Le Temple. Especially, we have one pillar pagoda. It has been around for 1,000 years, and it is the part of Hanoi. Every year, there are many domestic and foreign tourism coming here. It helps Vietnam tourism becomes more popular and trending. In short, Pillar Pagoda is symbol of Hanoi and Vietnam. In my, in the future, me and families will go to Hanoi and I go to here. Yes.
Okay, so you spoke for 1 minute and 20 seconds there. So again, we want to try to, 1 minute is acceptable, but we want to try to make it up to 2 minutes if we can. You have to be careful, Butandat, with your prepositions, your use of plurals, putting the S's on the present simple when necessary, and use of articles as well. So remember things like a and the, and correct usage of verbs when you're using the present simple, like he goes, it goes, she goes, or we go, they go, you go, and I go. So that might be something to review. Use of the correct tenses as well, and prepositions, words like of and in and at. Okay. All right, guys. So well done there. Well done for practicing the speaking. Okay. Let's just close that quickly. 1 moment. Okay. Okay. What we're going to do now is we're going to have a look at just something we're going to do conversationally. Now, this is a writing task, but we're going to just talk about it a little bit. Okay. So what we've got here is a prompt. Some people think that learning about history is a waste of time, while others believe it is essential. So we're going to discuss both sides of the argument and give our opinion. So let's go back let's start with Vutandat this time. So Vutandat, what do you think about this? Some people think that learning about history is a waste of time. What do you think? Just briefly. Vutandat. Do you think that learning about history is something that we need to do? Do you think it's something we should be doing in school? Vutandat, I need you to answer the question. Okay, let's move on. So, Cheek, what about you? Could you tell me what your opinion is? Some people think that learning about history is a waste of time, while others believe it is essential. What do you think?
I think I don't agree with this opinion.
Which opinion do you not agree with, though?
Learning about history is a waste of time.
So you don't agree that learning about history is a waste of time. Why do you think it's not a waste of time?
Because I think that if you learned history, you can know a lot of things that your I can describe this.
Okay, so something that might help you here is you've made your opinion clear, and what we want to do really is provide facts, evidence, examples to justify your opinion. History is not a waste of time. Learning about history is not a waste of time. And you were giving me some reasons why that is. Okay, so let's continue with that. So what can we learn from history?
we can know a lot of knowledge in the past.
We can
That
learn yeah.
we can know a lot of knowledge in the past that can help me help us
Yes.
um,
Okay. So we can learn a lot of knowledge from the past that can help us today to quite often we can learn mistakes that people have made in history, and we can use that as a blueprint to avoid making the same mistakes again. Thank you, Chi. Quinn, what is your opinion on this? Some people think that learning about history is a waste of time, whilst others believe it is essential. What do you think?
Mm, I think I don't agree because
Just to be
history.
clear, sorry, Quinn. When you say I don't agree, there are two opinions stated here. Do you disagree that it's essential, or do you disagree that it's a waste of time? So we have to be clear on which opinion we're supporting and which opinion we are disagreeing with.
I don't agree with some people think that learning about history is a waste of time.
I don't agree that learning about history is a waste of time. Okay.
Because history helps with critical thinking and provides context for the future.
Very good. Okay, that's a good, very succinct, but well-worded answer. Provides critical thinking for the future. Okay. Now, one thing we can do, guys, to expand on our answers a little bit is to talk about the opposite point of view. Now, you don't have to persuade the examiner about the opposing opinion, but it's a good idea to show that you understand what the other side thinks. So we've all stated, and I agree with you guys too, that that learning about history is important. I believe it is indeed essential. I don't believe it's a waste of time, and neither do you two. So what might be useful to enrich our argument is to state why some people might believe it's a waste of time. So, Chi, Quian, could you tell me why would anybody think that learning about history is a waste of time? Why would anyone think it's a silly thing to learn about or a pointless thing to learn about?
Why people think that?
Yeah, why would people think that? So for me, I can venture one answer. I can imagine that some people might see history as being just a bunch of events that happened a very long time ago that really have no bearing on today. And it's very easy to see that because if you go back 1,000 years and we talk about English history, we could talk about 1066, the Norman invasion and the Battle of Hastings, and William the Conqueror crossing the Channel and all of that. And people think, why was that important? Why does that even matter? Who cares what happens? It wouldn't matter who won the Battle of Hastings. Everything would still more or less be the same. That's probably what some people would think. I personally believe they're very wrong. I think that every event in history has had some sort of effect on what we have today. And it's very important to learn about history so that we can understand why things are the way they are today. But I can understand why some people might see it as being a waste of time or not relevant to their individual lives. What would you say, Quian? Why do you think anyone might think learning about history could be a waste of time?
I think it doesn't solve current problems, focus on memorization, and seem irrelevant to modern skill while technology obviously needs.
Very good. Yeah, so that's another strong argument for why learning about history is a waste of time, because people might say, why am I learning about something that happened 1,000 years ago? I want to learn about something relevant to my life right now. So that's another good argument to state the opposing point of view. Yeah. All right, guys, we're going to have to finish there. So is there anything else I can help you with or anything I can go through with you before we finish?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right, guys. Well, if you need anything, send me an email or message me, okay? All right. Bye-bye for now, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye, teacher.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye, teacher.
Bye-bye, everyone. Take care. Okay, guys, thank you for joining the lesson. Today's lesson is about the history of the crossbow. So let's watch the video first of all.
One weapon more than any other dominated warfare in the Norman period: the crossbow. Fourteenth-century crossbows like this were the culmination of centuries of development. With limbs made of steel, they were incredibly powerful. But earlier Norman crossbows had limbs made of wood.
There was a limit to how powerful these wooden bows could be.
So the idea that Norman crossbows were a powerful weapon is really a myth. Despite this, they were effective at medium range, and that was enough in battle. Drawing the bow repeatedly took a lot of strength. Thankfully, help was at hand.
A crossbowman spanned his weapon with a device called a belt and claw.
This gave him extra leverage, allowing him to use his back and legs to draw the string.
Crossbowmen were vulnerable on a battlefield, so they carried large shields called pavises, so they could hunker down behind, load, pop up, shoot, and then duck back down again to reload.
Crossbows were accurate, took less training, and used cheaper ammunition than the longbow. Most importantly, you could wait to take your shot, so they were perfect for siege situations. To protect crossbowmen when they were defending castles, they used specially built wooden galleries, called hoardings. But shooting down towards an approaching enemy presented its own problems. How to stop the bolt from falling off the crossbow before it could be shot?
What they did is just place the thumb loosely on the top of the bolt, which is just enough with light pressure to hold it in place.
Around 1200, The Norman wooden crossbow was superseded by a new design, the composite bow. With limbs made from horn and sinew, they could be made more compact than a wooden bow. And they could deliver up to 4 times the punch. They were, however, more expensive. So whether on the battlefield or the castle rampart, simple wooden crossbows remained the main weapon of the day.
Okay, guys, so what we're going to do now is just read through the transcript. Now, you can read through the transcript and you can see these words in bold right here. And these words are defined here in the vocabulary bank. So what I want you to do is open up the transcript and read through and just check out the vocabulary bank if you're unsure of what a word means. And then afterwards, don't worry if you don't fully understand it, because afterwards we're going to play some vocabulary games so that we can learn the vocabulary and get a better understanding of what these words mean. All right, so I'll give you some time to read through the transcript now. Okay, so if we've finished reading now, then let's move on to learning some of the vocabulary. Now, my advice is to have the vocabulary bank open and ready so that you can look at the vocabulary and learn it as best you can. And then we will play some vocabulary games so that we can try to use them, understand the meaning of the word a little bit more, and use them in a sentence and things like that. So we'll start with simple, drop that game actually, and we'll just play the guess what game, the fill in the blank, and then we'll do the multiple choice one. So the first word here is we have an adjective, and the opposite of the word is invincible. So when you're invincible, it means you cannot be killed. So this is the opposite of that. It means you very much can be killed. Any idea what the word might be? Let's have a clue. Another synonym, a synonym of the word is defenseless.
Approach.
It's not approach, no. So the line in the video was archers, crossbowmen on the battlefield are vulnerable. It means that they can be attacked. Okay, so it's the definition here is vulnerable. Can we say that? Yeah. It means capable of being hurt or injured, having a weakness. Yeah. Let's try another one. This time we have a noun, and we have the image of what looks like a volcano erupting. So if that doesn't help very much, let's try an example. So put something on a cut to make it stop bleeding. So when we want something to stop bleeding, we need to hold it down. What do we do?
Rampart.
Not rampart. Let's try another clue. A similar word is crush. And the definition is the applying of constant force upon a surface. Yes, it's pressure. Because when we press on something, like when we press on a cut to make it stop bleeding, that is pressure. So let's try another one. Now, here we have a noun. And this is basically a story that's probably not true. Or it's a myth. Well done. Yep. So the definition there is a story or body of stories based on tradition or legend, originated in the oral history of a pre-literate society. So basically stories that were passed down from parent to child or person to person by mouth in times before we wrote things down, or before most people could read or write. Okay, let's have another one. Now we have a noun. And the related word is assault. So this is sort of a word describing, Yes, well done. It is siege. So it's when you have like a castle or a city or a fort, and it's surrounded on all sides by soldiers, by people. So they cut it off from supplies and reinforcements. It's called a siege, or a similar word here is blockade. Now we have a transitive verb, and a similar word is supplant. Another similar word, or a synonym, would be replace. So when something better comes along, it supplants the other thing. So supersede, yeah. So the definition here is to take over the position or influence of, to supersede something. So in the video there, it was saying that the composite bow superseded the crossbow because it was more powerful. However, it was also more expensive. So let's try another question now. Okay, level 2. Let's buy some of these powers that we can use. Okay. So now we have a noun, and the synonym is earthwork. So this is basically when you pile up a load of earth to kind of make a wall, a defensive wall, usually around a castle.
Rampart.
It's a rampart. Well done. So the example here is the Romans built a rampart around the town to defend it. So it's kind of like, yeah, kind of like usually a wall made of earth and sometimes reinforced with bricks or spiky sticks. Yeah, and the definition here is a mound of earth raised to serve as a defensive fortification, often topped with a protective wall. Okay. Now we have an adjective, and the definition is free of mistakes or error. So when something has no mistakes or very few mistakes, it's accurate. Well done. So when something is true, as we can see here, or when something is correct, or when you try to hit a target in a game and you manage to hit that target, then your aim is accurate. So the example here is she gave an accurate description of the suspect. That means that she was able to talk about the person she saw and describe them accurately, properly, exactly how they looked. Next one, we have an adjective now. Let's take 2 of them away. The opposite word is weak. So let's have a look. And the definition is producing an adequate or desired result. So effective, yes. So when you do something and it works, when you have a way of doing something and it works well, we describe that as effective. So here's an example. Attacking at dawn, early in the morning, was an effective strategy. We now have a transitive verb, and the similar word is combine. So let's have a look at all the clues. The opposite word is loosen.
Composite.
It could be, but it's not. The definition is to consolidate, which means bring everything together into one place, or to compress. Compact. Yes, compact. So when we squeeze something down so that into a denser form, it's described as compact, or compact would be the adjective, and compact would be the verb. All right, now we have another noun here, and the related word is completion. So let's see if we can work it out from there. Culmination, let's have a look. That's right. Yep, it's a culmination. So basically a culmination is the end result of something that you've been building up to for years and years, or for a long time. So culmination, everything that you've been working on, all working at once. Let's try a few of these points now. Now we have another noun, and the opposite word, the antonym, is withdrawal. So when you withdraw, you move away from something. So what's the opposite of moving away?
Siege.
Siege.
Not siege, no. I can see where you're getting that idea, but no, it's not siege. I've taken away 3 of the answers. So when we move away, what do we do when we move towards something?
Approaching.
Approach, well done. So when we approach, it's the act of coming towards something or drawing near to something. So here's an example. The approach of a fox woke the chickens. Now remember, this is a noun, but it can also be used as a verb. We can also say, I approached them yesterday. But in this example, it's a noun. We say the approach of a fox woke the chickens. Right, very good. Next one, we have an adjective meaning costly. So something with a lot of cost.
Expensive.
Expensive, yeah. When something is expensive, it's costly. They went out for a costly dinner, not an. Sorry, an expensive dinner. No, that's correct. To celebrate her promotion. Very good. All right, brilliant. Now we have a synonym, which is compound, and an adjective is the type of word it is. So let's take away some of the examples. So when we compound something, it's sort of like, sorry?
Composite.
Composite. And yes, you're right, composite. So when we talk about composite, we're talking about something that is composed of many parts, so made up of different elements or factors. So the composite bow that it talked about, the composite bow, was not made of just wood. It was also made of horn and sinew, and it will have had other things as well. And they're all put together to make a composite, sort of a collection of different parts. And here's the example. The composite score is the total of your verbal and math scores. So if you have a score for your speaking and a score for your maths, and you add them together, that is the composite score. Okay, we have a transitive verb here meaning direct, or a similar word is direct. Let's have all of the clues because this one's tricky. So
Accurate.
It's not accurate. So a synonym would be govern. So when we govern something, it means we make up rules for, you know, that organization. A similar word, okay, so you could say to control or use of power or influence to rule something.
Dominate.
Dominate, yep, very good. So the example is his authoritarian father dominated him to a stifling degree. That means he had a dad who controlled everything he did. Not very nice. And when it says in the video, the crossbow dominated warfare in the Norman period, it means that the crossbow was, you know, one of the most powerful weapons out there, one of the most dangerous. Okay, now we have a noun. The definition is a metal or wooden bar on a door that slides into a socket on a door frame to secure the door in a closed position. This is usually something that describes sort of a long cylindrical item, usually made of metal, but not always. Now, in the case, no, not a culmination. This is a noun for an actual thing that you can use. Okay. Now the thing is the name of it's what we call the arrow that we use in a crossbow. So we don't call them arrows, we call them something else. They're sort of shorter. And it's also the name for the little piece of metal that you slide on a door to keep the door closed. Any ideas?
Siege.
This thing, this little bit of metal, it's called a bolt. Okay, so we have a bolt on a door, but we also have a bolt on a crossbow, and the bolt on the crossbow is the thing that shoots out. You probably would call it an arrow normally, but they're not technically arrows. when we use them in crossbow, it's a bolt. Okay, fantastic work, guys. Really good. Got all of those correct. Fantastic. Right, let's try to use some of them in a sentence now. Okay, so the newspaper published an report of the event. So this is a report that is true. What's a word that we need? So if the report is mostly true or completely true, we would say it is an
Accurate.
accurate report. Very good, guys. She slid and opened the door. The bolt. Very good. Yeah, the bolt. The other fox woke the chickens. So a fox comes walking over towards the chickens because it wants to eat them. What do we call it when we go towards something? When the fox goes towards the chickens?
Supersede.
Not supersede. Supersede is when something replaces something else. This is when you go towards. Yes, approach. The approach of a fox woke the chickens. Very good. The Soviet Union, the smaller communist nations of Europe. So this word means controlled, governed. Dominated. Very good. All right. The new guidelines, the old ones. So they replace the old ones.
Supersede.
Supersede. Very good. The new guidelines supersede the old ones. Very good. According to the Greek, Prometheus stole fire from the gods and gave it to man. So this is a story that's probably not true.
Myth.
A myth. Very good, guys. A myth. These plants are delicate. That means they're easily broken. And highly to frost.
And highly culmination.
Not culmination. So they're weak against frost. So when it's very cold, these plants will probably die. Vulnerable. Yeah. Vulnerable to frost. Very good. Now, attacking at dawn was an strategy. What kind of strategy? It was a good strategy. It worked well.
Effective.
Effective strategy. Fantastic. His authoritarian father, him to a stifling degree. So this is controlled him.
Dominated.
Dominated him to a stifling degree. Very good. Of his career was when he became a principal dancer with the Royal Ballet. So this was the thing that happened, the best point of his career. So
Culmination.
The culmination. Very good. So the high point, the top point, the end. Fantastic. Okay, well done, guys. Now, before we go through the rest of those, I would like to do some of the reading quiz. Okay. So make sure you have the transcript open so that we can go through this. These questions should be in order. So read through the transcript with me and we will go through the quiz, okay? So we understand vocabulary right now. Now I'd like to go through the reading quiz, okay? Let me just get that ready, refresh that page. Okay, let's try to do as many questions as we can in the quiz, in the reading quiz. So let's open that up. So the crossbow warfare in the Norman period more than any other weapon? So is that controlled, caused, or destroyed?
Controlled.
Controlled, yep, because the original word is dominated. Very good. 14th century crossbows were the rampart of centuries of warfare, the result of centuries of development in the field of weaponry, or the weapon that superseded the composite bow. Is that A, B, or C?
C.
It's not C, because the composite bow superseded the crossbow, so it's the other way around. So it's not C.
B.
It is B, yep. The result of centuries, hundreds of years of development of weapons eventually led to the crossbow. The first Norman crossbow had wooden what? Sinew horn, yes, limbs. Limbs. So, yeah. So limbs. So your arms and legs are your limbs. But on a crossbow, you have those little bits that stick out. They kind of look a little bit like arms. Those are called the limbs. The idea that Norman crossbows were a powerful weapon isn't exactly true, inaccurate, or composite.
Exactly true.
Yes, no, the idea that Norman crossbows were a powerful weapon is inaccurate, but it isn't exactly true. And it says up here, isn't. So it's not exactly true because it is a bit of a myth. Not really true. However, they were at medium range. So when you're not too far away from the opponent, they were too strong, good enough, or vulnerable?
B.
B, yeah, they were good enough. They were good enough at medium range. They could do some damage at medium range. Drawing the bow took a lot of strength. So is that drawing the bow with the belt and claw quickly or over and over again?
With the belt and claw?
No, they used the belt and claw because it made it easier to draw the bow. But drawing the bow, pulling it back over and over again, takes a lot of strength. So the answer is over and over again. Now, the word in the transcript is repeatedly. So when we say repeatedly, we mean over and over again. All right. A crossbowman spanned his weapon with a device called a belt and claw. This made drawing the string because they had the added power of their back and legs. So did it make it easier, harder, or more vulnerable?
More vulnerable.
No.
Easier.
Easier, no. Yeah. The belt and claw allows you to, instead of just using your muscles in your arm, you would use the muscles in your leg and back as well. Crossbowmen were useless in battle, well protected, or at risk of injury or death in battle. It's C, yeah. They were at risk of injury or death because they were vulnerable in battle. So that means they needed to be protected by the little shields. And I think I've just ruined this question. Crossbowmen carried large something called pavises.
Shields.
Shields, very good. Yeah, large shields, not small shields. And they would hide behind them, wouldn't they? So crossbowmen could hunker down behind, load, pop up, shoot, and then back down again to hide, reload. Yeah, reload. So you see this word load, where you put the bolt onto the crossbow. And when you do it again, we call it reloading, because the prefix re means to do something again. Crossbows and took less training than the longbow. So is it
less accurate?
So read the transcript. What does it say in the transcript about crossbows?
Is their target more often?
Yeah, they were more accurate. than the longbow, and they hit, which means they hit their target more often. All right, good job. Crossbows used ammunition than the longbow. So is it more expensive, less expensive, or less effective?
More expensive.
Less effective.
Ooh, okay, so we've got more expensive and less effective. Now, I'm afraid to tell you this, but you're actually both wrong. It was the ammunition was more effective in terms of accuracy and less expensive than the arrows required for the longbow, because crossbow bolts were very small. They were effective because you could wait to take your shot, unlike traditional bows where you had to hold the string constantly. So what were they effective in? Sieges. Very good. They were effective in sieges. Crossbow bolts could be held in place by using the thumb. Is that the horns of the thumb? The extreme pressure of the thumb. Do you have horns on your thumb? Do you have horns? No, neither do I. So is it extreme pressure or light pressure of the thumb?
Extreme.
It's light pressure, yeah. How much pressure can you put down with your thumb? Just a little bit, just light pressure. The Norman crossbow was largely replaced or superseded by the composite bow, the longbow, or the cannon. The composite bow, yeah. The composite bow was the one that was more effective and more accurate and lighter and more compact. The composite bow was made from wattle and daub, bricks and mortar, or horn and sinew.
Horn and sinew.
Very good, guys. Fantastic work. Okay, we're coming to the end now. So Okay, guys, thank you for joining the lesson. Today's lesson is about the Cuban Missile Crisis. So we're going to start by watching and listening to the video. In the year 1959, Fidel Castro and Ernesto Guevara overthrew a corrupt dictatorship in Cuba and established a communist country. The Americans were not happy with communists being so close to their border, and so they placed an embargo on Cuba. This stopped all trade between both countries. Cuba went to the USSR for help as they had lost their largest exporter, and Nikita Khrushchev agreed to buy their largest export, which was sugar. This angered the USA, and in 1961 they invaded Cuba, but it was a failure. The US was defeated at the Bay of Pigs due to poor organization. This forced Cuba to look for more assistance, and Khrushchev sent them military equipment and advisors. John F. Kennedy, the US president at the time, was worried that the USSR was putting missiles in Cuba. He sent U-2 spy planes over Cuba and discovered that the USSR had set up intermediate-range ballistic missiles that could hit the US in under 3 minutes. JFK was unsure as to how to proceed, so he met with his advisors, and on the 22nd of October 1962, he asked on live television for Khrushchev to remove the missiles, or he would place a naval blockade around Cuba. He announced a full-scale attack on Russia if missiles were fired, or if they tried to break through the blockade. He placed B-52 bombers armed with nuclear bombs over Cuba. Khrushchev sent military ships towards Cuba, and the world waited for another world war. Thankfully, he ordered the ships to stop on the 24th of October, and 4 days later a compromise was made. USSR agreed to remove the missiles if the US promised not to attack Cuba. The US also secretly agreed to remove missiles from Turkey on the border of the USSR to prevent further conflict. There were 3 results of these events. Although there was a very nearly a full-scale war, this led to improved cooperation between USSR and the USA in the future. They also created a hotline in the offices of both presidents to improve communication. This also led to the creation of the 1963 Test Ban Treaty, which banned the testing of nuclear weapons on land or at sea. Okay, so what we'll do now is we'll just read through the transcript. So you can actually read this on your own computers. If you just click the link that I've sent you in the chat box. So I'll give you about 5 minutes just to read through that, and then we'll continue afterwards. Okay, now that we've finished reading through, we can take a look at the vocabulary bank where we can learn all of the words in bold in the transcript. So it's useful to have this open so that we can get an idea of what all of these words mean. However, I find that it's very effective to play some games so that we can learn how to use the words and understand some synonyms and things like that. So let's start with a little general information about the Cuban Missile Crisis. Okay, now this is about the consequences of the Cuban Revolution. So this was a little bit before the Cuban Missile Crisis. So we're going to fill in the words in the blank here. Okay, so first of all, the first consequence of the 1959 Cuban Revolution was a serious something in US-Cuba relations. So what is this word, do we think?
Downturn.
Downturn, very good. Yeah, so it means that the relationship between US and Cuba got worse. Previously, before the revolution, Cuba had been an ally of the Americans. So ally means friend. So what's the adjective we need here?
Strong.
A strong ally. Very good. Of the Americans. The US supported Cuba's leader. And does anyone know the name of Cuba's leader before he was overthrown?
Castro.
Not Castro. Castro was the person who overthrew this person. So before Castro, yes, it's General Batista. Yeah, very good, very good. General Batista. And a lot of Cuba's something were owned by Americans.
Nationalist.
No, not nationalized. Not sugar, but where do we... Sugar plantations. So these are like the farms where you grow the sugar. However, after the 1959 revolution, this all changed. Cuba's new leader, so who was the new leader? Castro, very good, was a socialist. As the US was fighting the Cold War, it did not like having a left-wing regime so close to its borders. Castro also began introducing socialist policies. Something US owned, not banned, but yes, go on, can you say it? Nationalized. Nationalized. Good. So that's when you nationalize something, it means that it becomes property of the state, once again, property of that nation. Okay, so they nationalized US-owned businesses, such as the sugar plantations. This angered the Americans, and in response, the import of Cuban something.
Banned
the import of Cuban what? Sugar. Yes. So they stopped buying Cuban sugar, harming the Cuban economy. And then we've got one thing here. The CIA, the Central Intelligence Agency, also began training Cuban exiles to invade Cuba. Relations therefore deteriorated. So let's have a look at the next section. The second consequence of the Cuban Revolution was in relations between Cuba and the something. So now instead of not diplomats,
military.
no. So let's do the country first. So Cuba and the USSR. Now the Cuba and the US, their relations weakened, but the relations between Cuba and the USSR, what happened to them? Strengthening in relations. There was a strengthening in relations. So they became closer economically and in trade and militarily. Its leader, who was
Latin.
No, Latin is Khrushchev is the name of him, and you can tell because it has capital K. Was keen to have an ally close to its main, the USA.
Military.
Not military.
Enemy.
Yes, it's the USSR's main enemy was the USA. He also hoped the Cuban Revolution would encourage other American countries to become Latin American. Yeah, so Latin American countries to become communist. As a result, Khrushchev promised to buy Cuban sugar. He also promised to provide something assistance. Military assistance. Good. So the army to Cuba. Senior Soviet diplomats visited Cuba. In this way, a strong alliance developed between the two countries after 1959. So great work there, guys. Very good stuff. All right. Right, fantastic. Let's try to learn some of the vocabulary in the vocabulary bank. So, like I say, have the vocabulary bank open and ready so that we can use it to help us figure out what these words are. So we have a verb, and the opposite word is accord. So it's not massively helpful. Let's try a clue. My opinion with that of the professor.
Compromise.
Not
Conflict.
compromise, conflicts. Conflicts. So when we conflict with somebody, we disagree with them, we fight with them, we argue with them, we differ from them, we oppose them. Right, very good. The next word is a noun, and a similar word is message. Message.
Communication.
Yes, communication, the transferring of messages or exchanging of information or ideas. Very good. The next word is a verb again, and it means to oust from power. So to push somebody out.
Overthrow.
Overthrow, very good. The
Overthrow.
nobles plotted to overthrow the king. Very good, very good. Great work, guys. We're doing really well. The next word is an adjective, and it's related to ships, especially those of a navy. Yes, naval, related to the navy, related to ships and the military. Next word is a noun, and a related word is confine.
Border.
Yes, well done. It's border. So there is a fence along the border of our yard. It's like the boundary, the area, the region. Fantastic. All right, leveled up. Great job, guys. Okay, let's buy a reveal and an erase. Now, we have a noun, and a related word is
Dictatorship.
yes, dictatorship. So a dictator is a person who runs a dictatorship, and the definition is a country or government under dictatorial rule, somebody who makes all the decisions, and that's it. Next, we have an adjective, of or pertaining to ballistics. So big clue in the name there.
Ballistic.
Ballistic, yeah. So a ballistic missile is a missile that goes up and is fired by a rocket for the first part of its journey up, and then it falls down by gravity. Okay, the next word is a noun, and it's a formal agreement between... Yes, well done, very quick. Treaty. So it's when you have an agreement between two or more countries. It's also known as an entente, or a synonym would be concord. Very good. We have another noun now. One brother became a priest, and the other joined the what?
Military.
Military, yeah. So one became a priest, and the other joined the army and became a soldier. Next one. The government imposed a temporary on all embargo. Yes, when we stop trade from happening. Similar words could be boycott or ban. Okay, fantastic. All right, let's try level 3. I think we'll buy another erase and another reveal. Let's try this one now. So he'd once been a good and honest man, but now he was a swindler. Corrupt swindler. Very good, guys. Great job. So it's when someone is dishonest, disloyal, unjust, or otherwise immoral, a bad person. Now we have a noun, and a related word is accord. So an accord is like an agreement.
Compromise.
Is it compromise? Yes, it is. Well done. So the two sides negotiated for several days before reaching a compromise, an accord. Very good. The next word is a noun, and the synonym is cordon. So when you cordon... Nope. So when you cordon something off, it's like you kind of put a fence around it to stop people going there. Yes. So we... oh, sorry, blockade was the one. So it is like it is a type of border,
Blockade.
but a cordon or a blockade is more of a temporary way of stopping something from getting through. So the blockade prevented food and medical supplies from reaching the people of the city. All right. We now have a transitive verb. Our team easily. Last year's. Not invade.
Defeat.
Yes, our team easily defeated, past tense, last year's winning team. So to best someone, that's also a verb. To master something or to top something. To win a victory, to beat in a game or a battle or the like. Next, we have a word. The opposite word is import. When you buy something and bring it in. Yeah. So when we sell something and push it out of the country, that's exporting something. Very good. The export of fruits is important to the Mexican economy. Good. Okay, we have an adjective, and a similar word is bad. Let's have
Corrupt.
corrupt is the word. Yeah. So dishonest, disloyal, somebody who is not a good person. Next, we have a transitive verb, and a similar word is drub. Now that's not hugely helpful, so let's have some clues. A related word is whip, and the definition is to win a victory over, to beat in a game, battle, or the like.
Defeat.
Defeat, yes, to beat somebody. Very good. Next, we have a noun, and the example here is the prevented food and medical supplies from reaching the people of the city.
Blockade.
Blockade. Very good.
Blockade.
Fantastic. Great job. All right. Really, really well done there, guys. Great work. Let's take another reveal and another erase. And next one, we have barricade. So a barricade is kind of like a fence that blocks off a road or blocks off a place so that you can't go through.
Border.
Not border, I think it's blockade. Blockade, barricade, they're kind of similar sounding, aren't they? The blockade prevented food and medical supplies from reaching the city. Very good. Now we have a noun, and the related word is cabinet. So cabinet it can be something that you store things in, like a cupboard, but also a cabinet can be a group of people who give you advice. If you're a politician.
Advisor.
Yes, well done. So I'd like to help, but I'm not a very good advisor in matters like this. Very good. Now we have a noun, and it's a projectile. So a projectile is something that is thrown or flung or fired.
Missile.
Is it a missile?
Missile.
It is, yeah. So a missile is an object or weapon that is thrown, shot, or otherwise projected, usually at a distant target. Okay, great. This is a noun for somebody who advocates communism.
Communist.
A communist, fantastic. All right, well done. This is a transitive verb related to the word charge. So that's a bit tricky. Let's take away some of the answers, okay? We have invade and advisor.
Invade.
Invade, very good. So when we talk about charging, we're talking about rushing forwards into battle. So invade is to enter as an enemy by force in order to conquer or plunder or take over that land. The Mongols invaded Europe in the 13th century. Great job, guys. Now we have a noun, and a synonym is bomb. So that's quite tricky.
Failure.
Is it failure? The act or result of failing? Yep. We can use bomb as a verb to say, I absolutely bombed that interview, meaning I absolutely failed. I absolutely messed it up. All right. Spectacular job, guys. You've done really, really well there. Now let's try using those in a sentence. So let's try filling in the blanks. So there is a fence along the something of our yard.
Border.
Along the border of our yard. Great job. The something of fruits is important to the Mexican economy. The export of fruits. Very good. I'd like to help, but I'm not a very good
Advisor.
Advisor in matters like this. Great job. Something to hand in papers on time will result in the lowering of one's grade.
Failure.
Failure. Very good. Did your father serve during the war?
Military.
In the military.
Military.
Very good. How much money does the government actually spend on the
Blockade.
It could be blockade, but it's
Export.
probably not. It's not export. Let's leave it for now and come back to that one. Is it military? It's probably military, isn't it? How much money does the government actually spend on the military, on the army? Next one. The nobles plotted to the king.
Corrupt.
Advisor.
No, so corrupt is an adjective. We need a verb in this space.
Corrupt.
They wanted to get rid of the king. They wanted to topple the king.
Overthrow.
Overthrow. Very good. He'd once been a good and honest man, but now he was a swindler. Corrupt. Yep, because we have an adjective for swindler is somebody who basically tricks people into buying things or tricks people out of their money. It's a very corrupt thing to be. One brother became a priest and the other joined the military. Very good. The prevented food and medical supplies from reaching the people of the city.
Blockade.
The blockade. Fantastic. Prevented food and medical supplies. Brilliant. Okay. My opinion with that of the professor.
Conflicted.
Conflicted. Very good. Do you think our candidate can the others?
Defeat.
Defeat the others. Very good. Our team easily last year's winning team. Past tense.
Defeat.
Not defeated. Very good. Because it's
Defeated.
last year's, isn't it? Past tense.
Yes.
He went to a financial to get some advice. A financial advisor. Very good, guys. Sadly, their attempt to revive their business resulted in
Failure.
failure. Fantastic. The government imposed a temporary on all imported beef.
Embargo.
Embargo. Yep, good. They pledged to their enemy.
Invaded.
Not invade. Not invaded.
Defeat.
Defeat. Yep.
Defeat.
Yep. Very good. The two sides negotiated for several days before reaching a compromise. Good. And the Mongols, Europe.
Invaded.
Invaded. Fantastic, guys. That's really, really good work there. Okay, that's really good. Thank you for joining the class today.
The Battle of Stalingrad, which was fought from the 17th of July, 1942 to the 2nd of February, 1943, was a major battle on the Eastern Front of World War II, beginning when Nazi Germany and its Axis allies attacked and became locked in a protracted struggle with the Soviet Union for control over the Soviet city of Stalingrad, now known as Volgograd, in southern Russia. The battle was characterized by fierce close-quarters combat and direct assaults on civilians in aerial raids. The battle epitomized urban warfare, being the single largest and costliest urban battle in military history. It was the bloodiest and fiercest battle of the entirety of World War II, and arguably in all of human history, as both sides suffered tremendous casualties amidst ferocious fighting in and around the city. The battle is commonly regarded as the turning point in the European theatre of World War II, as Germany's Oberkommando der Wehrmacht was forced to withdraw a considerable amount of military forces from other regions to replace losses on the Eastern Front. By the time the hostilities ended, the German 6th Army and 4th Panzer Army had been destroyed and Army Group B was routed. The Soviets' victory at Stalingrad shifted the Eastern Front's balance of power in their favor, while also boosting the morale of the Red Army.
The Extraordinary Life of Professor Vadim Medish. Professor Vadim Medish, born in Krasnodar, Russia, in 1924, grew up amidst a culturally diverse community nestled in the Caucasus region. His family history reflects this richness, as both Russian and German were spoken in their home. Medish's father, a biologist educated in Germany, dedicated his life to studying plant diseases at a local agricultural university. The onset of World War II would dramatically alter the course of Medish's life, forever intertwining his fate with the horrors of war. As the war escalated, the upheaval reached Krasnodar. Medish's father became a victim of the paranoia that gripped the Soviet Union during this tumultuous period. Wrongfully accused of collaborating with the Germans due to his German ties, he was imprisoned and likely perished during a chaotic evacuation of prisoners. This family tragedy marked a profound shift in Medish's life. Soon after completing high school, he was drafted into the Red Army in 1941. At just 17 years old, Medish found himself fighting in one of the war's pivotal battles, the Battle of Stalingrad. This 8-month-long siege was fraught with brutality, confusion, and desperation. After serving 6 months on the front lines, he was captured by the German forces. As a prisoner of war, Medish faced the grim realities of captivity, working on labour projects that involved converting Russian railway tracks to the German gauge. His proficiency in both German and Russian became a crucial survival tool. It not only allowed him to navigate the dangers of being a prisoner, but also secured his place in the Labour Battalion, where he contributed to the war effort by modifying essential infrastructure. As the tides of war turned, and the German forces began their retreat from Soviet territory in 1944, Medish experienced a shift in circumstances. Declared a potential traitor in his homeland due to his German heritage, he was integrated into the German army, serving under duress as they faced mounting losses. As World War II came to a close in 1945, Medish was eventually released from captivity. However, his return to a changed Russia, where suspicion against him loomed, was not possible. In search of a fresh start, Medish immigrated to the United States in 1949. Shortly after his arrival, he was once again drafted, this time to fight in the Korean War. With resolve and resilience, he navigated life in a new country, forging a path that allowed for healing and growth. Settling in Washington, D.C., Medish built a new life, marrying and raising a family. His son, who has followed in his father's intellectual footsteps as a writer, has taken it upon himself to chronicle Medish's life and his remarkable journey. Portions of his father's story have been published in prestigious outlets such as the Washington Post, showcasing the resilience of a man who endured so much. Today, Professor Vadim Medish represents a bridge between different worlds, embodying both the anguish of war and the hope for a better future. Residing in Washington, D.C., surrounded by his son and several grandchildren, he continues to reflect on his past, sharing his experiences to educate others about the complexities of war and the human spirit. His life, marked by trials and triumph, serves as a powerful testament to survival, resilience, and the enduring bond of family across generations. Vadim Medish's story is not just a narrative of conflict, it is a profound journey of identity, belonging, and the unyielding quest for peace, making him a vital part of the historical tapestry that shaped the 20th century and continues to influence the present. Vasily Zaitsev, the Sniper of Stalingrad. Vasily Zaitsev has become an iconic figure in the annals of World War II history. He is best known as a Soviet sniper during the Battle of Stalingrad in World War II. His story, while marked by individual skill and remarkable feats in the face of profound adversity, also serves as a reminder of the brutal, dehumanizing nature of war, a conflict that claimed millions of lives and left cities in ruins. Born on April 2, 1915, in the Ural Mountains of Russia, Zaitsev grew up in a modest family that depended on hunting and foraging for sustenance. He brought home his first hunting trophy at the age of 12, a wolf that he killed with a single bullet from his first personal gun given to him by his grandfather, a single-shot 20-gauge shotgun. His early life experiences in the wilderness fostered a familiarity with shooting and an acute awareness of his surroundings. In June 1941, Zaitsev was serving in the Soviet Navy as a clerk in Vladivostok when Germany invaded the Soviet Union in what was called Operation Barbarossa. Like many of his comrades, he volunteered for transfer to the front line out of a sense of duty to his homeland. He had attained the rank of Chief Petty Officer in the Navy and was assigned the rank of Senior Warrant Officer upon transfer to the Army. He was assigned to the 1047th Rifle Regiment of the 284th Tomsk Rifle Division, which became part of the 62nd Army at Stalingrad on the 17th of September 1942. The Battle of Stalingrad was one of the deadliest confrontations of World War II, lasting from August 1942 to February 1943. The city, once a symbol of industrial strength, became the site of immense suffering as Soviet and German forces clashed in urban warfare that often devolved into chaos. The environment was characterized by destruction. As the battle raged, Stalingrad morphed into a devastated landscape of rubble and ruin, where close-quarters combat often eclipsed traditional warfare. Zaitsev's accuracy with a rifle led to him becoming a sniper. Utilizing the urban environment to his advantage, he adapted to the chaos surrounding him by mastering the art of concealment and ambush. Zaitsev's success was not merely due to his marksmanship, he was also an adept strategist, often outthinking his opponents. Zaitsev would conceal himself in various locations, for example, on high ground, under rubble, or in water pipes. After a few kills, he would change his position or relocate. Together with his partner, Nikolai Kulikov, Zaitsev perfected his hide and sting tactics. One method was to cover a large area from 3 positions with 2 men at each point, a sniper and a scout. This tactic, known as the sixes, is still in use today by Russian forces and was implemented during the Chechen Wars. As Zaitsev arrived in Stalingrad, he was thrust into a nightmarish landscape. He quickly learned to navigate the brutal realities of combat, using the remnants of the devastated city for concealment. His talent as a sniper enabled him to take aim at enemy soldiers, but each pull of the trigger came with the echo of suffering, reminders of lives being cut short. Zaitsev's reputation grew as he achieved significant success, reportedly claiming over 200 enemy targets. His ability to eliminate high-value targets disrupted the German command structure and instilled fear among enemy troops. Stories of his feats spread among Soviet soldiers, elevating him to the status of a national hero. Yet, this success was not a source of pride. Rather, it underscored the grim nature of his reality. Each interaction with the enemy was laced with loss and guilt, amplifying the emotional burden that accompanied the act of taking a life. The psychological toll of surviving in such a brutal environment weighed heavily on Zaitsev and his comrades. It is believed, though not confirmed, that Zaitsev was engaged in a tense standoff with a rival German sniper at Stalingrad. The two snipers stalked one another across the scarred landscape, each vying for superiority. The intensity of the encounter exemplified the psychological and strategic dimensions of warfare. Zaitsev ultimately outsmarted his adversary and emerged victorious, further boosting his reputation. The conditions in Stalingrad were harsh and unforgiving. Soldiers faced not only the enemy, but also starvation, extreme weather, and the constant threat of death. Zaitsev endured these hardships alongside his fellow soldiers, each day marked by uncertainty and fear. The turning point in the battle came with a Soviet counter-offensive, which ultimately encircled the German Sixth Army. While this military maneuver marked a significant strategic victory, it was also accompanied by staggering casualties on both sides. Zaitsev continued to fight at the Battle of Stalingrad until January 1943, when a mortar, or possibly a landmine, injured his eyes. He recovered, and on the 22nd of February 1943, Zaitsev was awarded the title Hero of the Soviet Union. Zaitsev recruited and trained other marksmen during his service in Stalingrad. He returned to the front and finished the war at the Battle of Seelow Heights in Germany with the military rank of captain. Zaitsev emerged from the battle as a recognized figure, representing a complex mix of survival and loss. He participated in post-war engagements, sharing his experiences in hopes of fostering a narrative of resilience rather than glorifying the act of killing. After the war, Zaitsev transitioned to life as a military officer and teacher. He authored his memoirs to recount the realities of his experiences, opting to focus on the profound impacts of war rather than seeking personal glorification. His legacy is multifaceted. While his skills were remarkable, his story also serves as a somber reminder of the costs of conflict, the loss of life, and the emotional scars left on those who survive. He passed away on December 15, 1991, but remains a symbol of courage and skill, celebrated by historians and military enthusiasts alike. Vasily Zaitsev's experiences during the Battle of Stalingrad illustrate not just individual bravery, but also the tragic complexity of war. His legacy is intertwined with the memories of suffering and loss, underscoring how conflict can distort human existence. Rather than lionizing his actions, his story invites reflection on the consequences of warfare and the enduring scars it leaves on humanity. In the end, Zaitsev represents not a hero of valor, but a witness to the painful realities that should never be forgotten. His legacy endures not only through his remarkable feats as a sniper, but also as a reminder of the countless individuals who faced unimaginable hardships during one of history's most brutal conflicts. As long as the story of Stalingrad is told, so too will the story of Vasily Zaitsev, the sniper who became a legend. Friedrich Paulus, the rise and fall of a German general at Stalingrad. Friedrich Paulus, a German general during World War II, is best remembered for his pivotal role as the commander of the 6th Army during the infamous Battle of Stalingrad. His leadership and the circumstances of his surrender marked a turning point in the war, forever etching his name in the annals of military history. Born on the 23rd of March 1890 in Würzburg, Germany, Friedrich Paulus grew up in a military family and developed an early interest in the armed forces. He joined the German army in 1910 and served with distinction during World War I, where his organisational skills and leadership abilities quickly garnered attention. By the end of the war, he had risen through the ranks, serving in various staff positions that further sharpened his strategic acumen. Following Germany's defeat in World War I, Paulus remained in the newly formed Reichswehr, the Weimar Republic's military. Despite the limitations imposed by the Treaty of Versailles, he continued to build his career, demonstrating his competence in planning and logistics. His experiences during this period laid the groundwork for his future assignments during World War II. As World War II erupted, Paulus's talent did not go unnoticed. He played a significant role in the German invasions of Poland and France, earning a promotion to Major General. In November 1941, he was appointed as commander of the 6th Army, with the ambitious task of capturing Stalingrad, a strategic city on the Volga River. He was given the position of Major General when Field Marshal Walter von Reichenau, Paulus's patron, became commander of the entire Army Group South. Paulus, at that time, had never commanded a larger unit than a battalion. However, Paulus only took over his new command on the 20th of January, 6 days after the sudden death of Reichenau. This left him on his own and without the support of his more experienced sponsor. Alone in his duties, Paulus led the drive on Stalingrad that summer. His troops fought Soviet forces defending Stalingrad for over 3 months in increasingly brutal urban warfare. In November 1942, 1 year after his promotion to Major General, the Soviet Red Army launched a massive counteroffensive named Operation Uranus. Despite finding himself surrounded by an entire Soviet army group, Paulus did not request to evacuate the city. Completely surrounded, Paulus followed Adolf Hitler's orders to hold his positions in Stalingrad under all circumstances. 1 month later, Operation Winter Storm was launched, a relief effort by Army Group Don, a short-lived army group under the command of Field Marshal Erich von Manstein. Following von Manstein's orders, Paulus prepared to break out of Stalingrad. In the meantime, he kept his army in fixed defensive positions. Manstein told Paulus that the relief would need assistance from the 6th Army, but the order to initiate the breakout never came. Paulus remained firm in obeying the orders he had been given. Manstein's forces were unable to reach Stalingrad on their own, and their efforts were eventually halted due to Soviet offences elsewhere on the front. Kurt Zeitzler, the newly appointed chief of the Army General Staff, eventually convinced Hitler to allow Paulus to break out, provided he continued to hold Stalingrad, an impossible task. For the next 2 months, Paulus and his men fought on. However, the lack of food and ammunition, the equipment losses, and the deteriorating physical condition of the German troops gradually wore down the German defence. With the new year, Hitler promoted Paulus to Colonel General. Refusing to capitulate, Paulus stated, "What would become of the war if our army in the Caucasus were also surrounded? That danger is real. But as long as we keep on fighting, the Red Army has to remain here. They need these forces for a big offensive against Army Group A in the Caucasus and along the still unstable front from Voronezh to the Black Sea. We must hold them here to the last so that the Eastern Front can be stabilized. Only if that happens is there a chance of the war going well for Germany." On the 7th of January 1943, General Konstantin Rokossovsky, commander of the Red Army on the Don Front, called a ceasefire and offered Paulus's men generous surrender terms, including normal rations, medical treatment for the ill and wounded, and permission to retain their badges, decorations, uniforms, and personal effects. As part of his communication, Rokossovsky advised Paulus that he was in an impossible situation. Paulus requested permission from Hitler to surrender. Even though it was obvious the Sixth Army was in an untenable position, the German Army High Command rejected Paulus's request, stating, "Capitulation is out of the question. Every day that the army holds out longer helps the whole front and draws away the Russian divisions from it." After a Soviet offensive overran the last emergency airstrip in Stalingrad on the 25th of January, the Soviet command again offered Paulus a chance to surrender. Paulus radioed Hitler once again for permission, telling Hitler that collapse was inevitable. Paulus stressed that his men had no ammunition or food and he was no longer able to command them. He also said that 18,000 men were wounded and were in immediate need of medical attention. Once again, Hitler rejected Paulus's request unequivocally and ordered him to hold Stalingrad to the death. On the 30th of January, Paulus informed Hitler that his men were only hours from collapse. Hitler responded by handing out field promotions to Paulus's officers, an attempt to restore morale and bolster their will to hold their ground. Most significantly, he promoted Paulus to Field Marshal, the same title held by Walter von Reichenau just over a year before. But the title came with a morbid implication. In deciding to promote him, Hitler noted that there was no known record of a Prussian or German field marshal ever having surrendered. The message was clear. If Paulus allowed himself to be taken alive, he would shame Germany's military history. Paulus was to commit suicide. Paulus and his staff surrendered on the morning of 31st of January 1943. The events of that day were recorded by Colonel Wilhelm Adam in his personal diary. January the 31st, 1943, 7 a.m. It was still dark, but day was dawning almost imperceptibly. Paulus was asleep. It was some time before I could break out of the maze of thoughts and strange dreams that depressed me so greatly. But I don't think I remained in this state for very long. I was going to get up quietly when someone knocked at the door. Paulus awoke and sat up. It was the HQ commander. He handed the Colonel General a piece of paper and said, "Congratulations, the rank of Field Marshal has been conferred upon you. The dispatch came early this morning. It was the last one." One can't help feeling it's an invitation to suicide. However, I'm not going to do them such a favour, said Paulus after reading the dispatch. Schmidt continued, "At the same time, I have to inform you that the Russians are at the door." With these words, he opened the door, and a Soviet general and his interpreter entered the room. The general announced that we were his prisoners. I placed my revolver on the table. "Prepare yourself for departure. We shall be back for you at 9 o'clock. You will go in your personal car," said the Soviet general through his interpreter. Then they left the room. I had the official seal with me. I prepared for my last official duty. I recorded Paulus's new rank in his military document, stamped it with the seal, then threw the seal into the glowing fire. The main entrance to the cellar was closed and guarded by the Soviet soldiers. An officer, the head of the guards, allowed me and the driver to go out and get the car ready. Climbing out of the cellar, I stood dumbfounded. Soviet and German soldiers, who just a few hours earlier had been shooting at one another, now stood quietly together in the yard. They were all armed, some with weapons in their hands, some with them over their shoulders. My God, what a contrast between the two sides. The German soldiers, ragged and in light coats, looked like ghosts with hollow, unshaven cheeks. The Red Army fighters looked fresh and wore warm winter uniforms. Involuntarily, I remembered the chain of unfortunate events which had prevented me from sleeping for so many nights. The appearance of the Red Army soldiers seemed symbolic. At 9 o'clock sharp, the HQ commander of the 6th Army arrived to take the commander of the vanquished German 6th Army and its staff towards the rear. The march towards the Volga had ended. Paulus's surrender marked a significant turning point in the war, as it was the first major defeat of the German army and a serious blow to Nazi morale. It also symbolized a shift in the momentum of the war in favor of the Soviet Union. On the 2nd of February 1943, the remainder of the 6th Army capitulated. Upon finding out about Paulus's surrender, Hitler flew into a rage and vowed never to appoint another field marshal again. In reality, he went on to appoint another 7 field marshals during the last 2 years of the war. Speaking about the surrender of Paulus, Hitler told his staff, "In peacetime Germany, about 18,000 or 20,000 people a year chose to commit suicide, even without being in such a position. Here is a man who sees 50,000 or 60,000 of his soldiers die defending themselves bravely to the end. How can he surrender himself to the Bolshevists?" During his captivity, according to General Max Pfeffer, Paulus said, "I have no intention of shooting myself for this Bohemian corporal." Paulus also forbade his soldiers from standing on top of their trenches in order to be shot by the enemy. Shortly before surrendering, Paulus sent his wedding ring back to his wife on the last plane departing his position. He had not seen her since 1942 and would never see her again, as she died in 1949 while he was still in captivity. After his capture, Paulus was held as a prisoner of war by the Soviets. Throughout his captivity, he reflected on the events that had transpired and became increasingly critical of the Nazi regime. Upon his release, he settled in East Germany, where he lived until his death on February 1, 1957, in Dresden. In his later years, Paulus published writings that detailed his experiences during the war, offering a valuable perspective on the strategies employed and the realities faced by soldiers. His memoirs provided insight into the complexities of warfare and the psychological toll it exacted on commanders and troops alike. Friedrich Paulus remains a complex figure in military history. Some view him as an able commander caught in a no-win situation, while others criticize his execution of the campaign and his decision to surrender. His experiences at Stalingrad not only highlight the devastating impact of war, but also serve as a reminder of the consequences of strategic miscalculations. His writings and the lessons learned from his command continue to be studied by military historians and students of warfare, ensuring that his legacy endures as a cautionary tale of ambition, strategy, and the harsh realities of battle. Friedrich Paulus's life is a testament to the tumultuous times of World War II. His rise through military ranks, the challenges he faced at Stalingrad, and his reflections on warfare paint a vivid picture of a soldier caught in the depths of one of history's most brutal conflicts. As we continue to study the events of this era, Paulus's story serves as an enduring reminder of the complexities of leadership and the often unpredictable nature of war. Essential IELTS enrichment, linking the past and present. Introduction. The ability to connect historical events or ideas from the past with current situations is a valuable skill in IELTS writing and speaking. It demonstrates critical thinking, contextual understanding, and the ability to develop nuanced arguments. Let's look at how the video on the Deaf Railway accomplishes this, and how you can apply similar techniques in your own work. Historical background. In the transcript about the Deaf Railway, the speaker discusses the historical background, its construction during World War II, the suffering of labourers, and its origin as a military project. Then they connect this past to the present by highlighting how the site now serves as a memorial and educational resource. For example, today the site serves as a reminder. It prompts broader conversations about war, memory, and reconciliation. These phrases show how the past's significance endures into the present, influencing current attitudes and remembrance practices. Use of time markers. Words like today, currently, and now establish the present context. We can use time markers to bring the audience back to the present day, adding a sense of legacy to the writing. Legacy refers to the long-lasting impact of particular events and actions that took place in the past or of a person's life. For example, this tragic chapter in history continues to resonate today, attracting tourists and historians alike who seek to understand its impact and legacy. Here we can see the use of a time marker, today, and how the events that happened in the past have left an indelible mark on history. Discussing legacy. Describing how the site is preserved or commemorated links historical suffering to ongoing efforts for remembrance. Today, the Deaf Railway is more than just a remnant of World War II. It has transformed into a site of remembrance. The Thai and Burmese governments, along with various organisations, have worked to preserve the memory of those who suffered through education and memorials. Sentences like these show a sense of reverence and respect for the past, whilst also informing us of the continuing efforts to preserve and learn from the events that transpired. You can also see the use of the time marker today. Highlighting continuing impact. Mentioning how the site encourages reflection or education demonstrates the ongoing relevance of past events. The railway attracts tourists who wish to pay their respects and to understand the impacts of war. The Erawan Museum, Hellfire Pass Memorial Museum, and the various cemeteries located throughout the region serve as sites of reflection and education. You can see that this paragraph uses the present simple tense to show that people coming to pay their respects is a regular occurrence. Drawing broader themes. Connecting specific historical facts to universal themes like human cruelty, memory, and reconciliation bridges the past and present. It is estimated that around 90,000 Southeast Asian labourers and up to 16,000 Allied POWs lost their lives during its construction. The term Deaf Railway is derived from these staggering mortality rates, and the railway has, since then, stood as a stark reminder of the brutality of war and the depths of human cruelty. These sentences use specific examples to draw attention to universal themes of brutality and cruelty. It also uses the present perfect. The railway has, since then, stood as a stark reminder, in order to demonstrate that, even today, these cruelties have never been forgotten. How you can do the same in your writing. Start with the past. Begin by describing a historical event, fact, or situation clearly and accurately. For example, the Deaf Railway was constructed during World War II to facilitate the movement of Japanese troops and supplies from Thailand to Burma. Use linking phrases. Incorporate phrases such as today, currently, and modern times or nowadays to transition to the present. For example, in modern times, discussions surrounding the Deaf Railway have promoted broader conversations about war, memory, and reconciliation. Show the impact. Explain how the past influences or relates to current issues, attitudes, or practices. For example, the ongoing effects of war and human rights abuses continue to echo, making this subject highly relevant even decades after the events. Highlight change or continuity. Discuss what has changed since the past or what has remained the same. For example, to talk about change, we might say, despite its initial military purpose, the railway has become a symbol of the immense human suffering endured by the forced labourers who constructed it. To talk about continuity, we might say, this tragic chapter in history continues to resonate today, attracting tourists and historians alike who seek to understand its impact and legacy. Connect to broader themes. Introduce discussions about lessons learned, moral values, or societal development. For example, it serves as a reminder of the atrocities of war, the value of human life, and the necessity for remembrance and education. Examples: historical background and present-day reflection. Link to the past. The railway was built during World War II by forced labourers, and thousands of lives were lost. Link to the present. Today, the site serves as a memorial to those who suffered and lost their lives. The speaker moves from describing the past events, construction and casualties, to its current significance, a memorial. This transition shows how history is remembered and honoured today. Legacy and educational purpose. Link to the past. The remains of the railway are preserved as a reminder of the atrocities committed during the war. Link to the present. Visitors come here to learn about the past and reflect on the importance of peace. The speaker connects the historical atrocity to its ongoing educational function, emphasising that the site now plays a role in promoting awareness and preventing future suffering. Historical impact and contemporary values. Link to the past. The construction was a symbol of wartime brutality. Link to the present. In today's world, it reminds us of the need to uphold human rights and prevent such cruelty. This example shows how a historical event, a symbol of brutality, informs current moral values and societal priorities. How to link the past and present in your own writing. Use similar transition phrases. Although it happened many years ago, the historical event continues to influence. Today, the site stands as a testament to. This historical episode reminds us of. The legacy of this event persists in. Connect the facts to broader themes. This history underscores the importance of peace in modern society. The suffering experienced then highlights the need for compassion today. Show change or continuity. While the purpose of the railway has changed from a wartime project to a memorial, despite the passage of decades, the memory of these events remains alive. By analysing the examples from the transcript, you can see how to effectively link past and present in your own writing. Using these methods, you can learn how to develop more cohesive, insightful essays and speeches. Make sure you use specific examples, transition phrases, and thematic connections to demonstrate understanding of history's relevance today and how historical events relate to contemporary social issues. This skill not only enhances your coherence and cohesion, but also demonstrates critical engagement and depth of thought with your topics, a key to achieving a high score in IELTS writing and speaking. Once upon a time, in a small village, a curious boy named Sam wandered into the woods. He often explored the nearby forest, but that day was different. As he was walking deeper into the trees, he saw a glowing object lying on the ground. He picked it up and realized it was an ancient amulet. Fascinated, he remembered the tales his grandmother had told him about magical artifacts. Excitedly, he decided to bring it home. However, when he returned, he discovered that his village had changed. It had transformed into a bustling town. Sam was feeling shocked and wondered what happened. He was thinking about the adventures he would have in this new world. Long ago, he had been wishing for something extraordinary to happen, and now it seemed like his dreams had come true. That night, he lay in bed, dreaming about the adventures that awaited him in the morning. This part of the story uses the simple past tense. For example, Sam wandered into the woods. The simple past tense describes actions that were completed at a specific time in the past. It is appropriate here as it sets the main narrative and indicates events that happened sequentially in Sam's story. This story is set in the past, and this part of the story has been completed, so we can use the past simple tense. We are also describing things Sam regularly did. For example, he often explored the nearby forest. This next part of the story uses the past continuous tense. For example, as he was walking deeper into the trees. The past continuous tense describes actions that were ongoing in the past. In this case, we are describing an ongoing or long action, walking, that was interrupted by another short action. He saw an object. In this instance, we can use the past continuous to describe the long, ongoing action of walking, and the past simple to describe the action that interrupts, when he saw the amulet. We can also use the past continuous to describe the amulet, which was glowing and presumably had been glowing for a long time. This next part of the story uses both the simple past tense and the past perfect. The simple past tense, he remembered the tales, he decided to bring it home. Well, these actions are quick and happen sequentially, or one after the other. First, he remembered, then he decided. You may also notice that bring does not change to brought. This is because decided to bring counts as one single action made up of two different verbs, and so the second verb, bring, does not change. We can also see the usage of the past perfect. For example, the tales his grandmother had told him. So the tales were told to Sam long before any of this happened, so we're referencing a point in the past that existed long before this story began. In this part of the story, we can see both the simple past tense and the past perfect tense. So the simple past tense, when he returned, he discovered, these actions are quick and again happen sequentially or one after the other. First, he returned, then he discovered. The past perfect tense, for example, his village had changed, it had transformed into a bustling town. Well, the past perfect tense indicates here that an action was completed before another past action. So it shows that the transformation of the village occurred before Sam's return, providing context and clarity regarding the sequence of events. In this part of the story, we can see the usage of the past continuous tense and the past simple tense, which are often used together. With the past continuous tense, we have Sam was feeling shocked. He was thinking about. So the past continuous tense describes actions that were ongoing in the past. In this case, we are describing an ongoing or long action, feeling. There is also another action occurring in Sam's mind, thinking. Both of these actions are happening at the same time, and so we need to use the past continuous tense to indicate that they're both happening simultaneously. We can also see the usage of the past simple tense. For example, Sam wondered what happened. This indicates that Sam briefly wondered about what happened. It was something that he thought about and then stopped thinking about. This is different from the continuous actions of feeling and thinking, which he continues to do for a long time. In this next part of the story, we can see the usage of the past perfect continuous tense and the past perfect tense too. So the past perfect continuous tense, for example, long ago he had been wishing for something extraordinary to happen. In this instance, the past perfect continuous tense emphasizes the duration of an ongoing action that preceded another past action. In this case, it highlights that Sam's desire for adventure was a persistent wish leading up to the moment he found the amulet, enriching the character's background and motivations. We can also see usage of the past perfect tense. For example, his dreams had come true. This sentence shows the relationship between his dreams, which had existed up until this point, and this particular time in the story. He had been wishing or dreaming for something exciting to happen for a long time, and now, at this point, it seemed to have happened. At the end of the story, we can see the usage of the past simple tense combined with the past continuous tense. So with the past simple tense, he lay in bed, this sentence talks about an action which is now complete. We could use the past continuous tense for this sentence, of course, and say he was lying in bed, dreaming about. But because this is the end of the story, it's more appropriate to end with a past simple tense verb combined with the past continuous tense to allow the reader to envision a future for Sam, whilst also providing a sense of finality to the story. The past continuous tense, dreaming about, shows the relationship between his dreams, which had existed up until this point, and this particular point of time in the story. So he had been wishing or dreaming for something exciting to happen for a long time, and now, at this point in the story, it seemed to have happened. The final sentence ends the story nicely because it allows the reader to think about what might happen to Sam next. In conclusion, using different past tense forms adds depth to storytelling by providing context, clarity, and continuity. The mix allows the reader to grasp the timeline of events and understand the characters' motivations, emotions, and the significance of past experiences. The story effectively uses each tense to convey a rich narrative, allowing for a more immersive reading experience.
Irregular verbs in English from espressoenglish.net. Did you know that about 70% of the time when we use a verb in English, it's irregular? Irregular verbs can make you go crazy, but in fact, they follow some patterns. In this lesson, you'll learn groups of irregular verbs that will help you remember them better. The first group is irregular verbs with all three forms identical. These verbs are the same in the present, past, and past participle. One example is put. Present. I always put the milk in the refrigerator. Past. Yesterday I put the books in my backpack. The present perfect uses the past participle form. I've already put the documents in the mail. Other verbs with all three forms identical include bet, burst, cost, cut, fit, hit, hurt, let, put, quit, set, shut, split, and spread. The next group is verbs with identical present and past participle forms. The only different form is the past. Come, came, come. Become, became, become. Run, ran, run. A number of irregular verbs have n in the past participle. These can be divided into 4 subgroups, with o in the past and past participle, with o in the past only, verbs with the past form ending in EW and the past participle in OWN, and other. Subgroup 1. Break, broke, broken. Choose, chose, chosen. Forget, forgot, forgotten. Get, got, gotten. Speak, spoke, spoken. Steal, stole, stolen. Wake, woke, woken. Wear, wore, worn. In this subgroup, the vowel changes to O in the past and past participle. Subgroup 2 has O in the past but not in the past participle. Drive, drove, driven. Ride, rode, ridden. Rise, rose, risen. Write, wrote, written. Notice that the sound of the I changes from the present to the past participle. The present is drive, and the past participle is not driven, but driven. Subgroup 3. Verbs ending in EW in the past and OWN in the past participle. Fly, flew, flown. Grow, grew, grown. Know, knew, known. Throw, threw, thrown. Finally, we have subgroup 4, other. These verbs have N in the past participle, but don't appear to follow a pattern. Bite, bit, bitten. Hide, hid, hidden. Eat, ate, eaten. Fall, fell, fallen. Give, gave, given. See, saw, seen. Shake, shook, shaken. Take, took, taken. Another group of irregular verbs is verbs with pronunciation changes. For example, long E to short E. Keep, kept, kept. Sleep, slept, slept. Feel, felt, felt. Bleed, bled, bled. Feed, fed, fed. Meet, met, met. Lead, led, led. Another group has EA pronounced differently from the present to the past and past participle. Deal, dealt, dealt. Mean, meant, meant. Read, read, read. Hear, heard, heard. Another group is when the long I changes to OU. Bind, bound, bound. Find, found, found. Grind, ground, ground. Wind, wound, wound. Short I can change to U. Dig, dug, dug. Stick, stuck, stuck. Spin, spun, spun. Sting, stung, stung. Two very common verbs, sell and tell, become sold and told in the past and past participle. Finally, we have the verbs with ought endings in the past and past participle. This can be spelled O-U-G-H-T or A-U-G-H-T, but the pronunciation is the same. Bring, brought, brought. Buy, bought, bought. Catch, caught, caught. Fight, fought, fought. Seek, sought, sought. Teach, taught, taught. Think, thought, thought. Remember that the G is silent in these verbs. Verbs with 3 different vowels. In this group, the vowel changes from I to A to U. Begin, began, begun. Drink, drank, drunk. Ring, rang, rung. Shrink, shrank, shrunk. Sing, sang, sung. Sink, sank, sunk. Spring, sprang, sprung. Swim, swam, swum. Finally, we have the completely irregular verbs. These verbs don't follow any specific pattern, so you just need to memorize their past and past participle forms. The verb to be is am, is, or are in the present, was or were in the past, and been in the past participle. Do, did, done. Go, went, gone. Have, had, had. Make, made, made. Thanks for watching English Tips from Espresso English. If you liked this video, please share it.
And now we'll take a look at the past tenses, first focusing on the past simple tense. Here, the past simple tense is used to express completed actions in the past. Whether the past be a few seconds ago, or whether many years or ages ago, doesn't matter. To make positive sentences, we have our subject, and the subject could be anything from I, you, we, they, it, he, she. And now we conjugate. We change our verb, most often by adding ed. For the negative sentences, rather than changing the verb, we add the auxiliary verb. In this case, the auxiliary verb is do. So I've changed do to did to indicate the past, and it results in a sentence structure such as I did not work. Now did not is the full form. Obviously, we can contract this into didn't. Here we have did I work. Again, you can see the inversion of the position of the auxiliary verb and the subject to help us create our question. When we use did, we can use it for any of the subjects in our sentence, from I or he or she, etc. In terms of spelling these conjugated verbs, of course there are some issues that we need to have a look at, especially when considering some patterns. So again, we have our Y changes to dropping the Y and adding IED. And when we have a consonant-vowel consonant, we double the consonant in question and finally add ed. These aren't irregular verbs, they're just irregular spellings for some verb conjugations. Our irregular verbs change their form altogether. So a few examples would be changing to was or were, depending on the subject of the sentence, go to went, have to had, give to gave, write to wrote. As previously mentioned, the usage for the past simple tense is when you want to talk about completed actions in the past at a definite time frame. So we have sentences like Mark worked last night. He worked in the past. When was it? Last night. We can also ask questions. When did Mark work? Although the time isn't mentioned in the question, what we're implying is the time will be mentioned in the answer. And by saying when did Mark work, we're indicating that it is in the past rather than saying when does Mark work, which would bring us back up into the present. Now let's have a look at the past continuous tense. This tense is used to indicate that a certain action was in progress at a particular time in the past. We form the positive form by using our subjects, the auxiliary verb to be, plus the verb plus ing, also known as the present participle. So it results in sentences such as, he was cooking last night, or we were cooking last night. In order to form the negative sentence for the past continuous, we add the word not in between the past form of the auxiliary verb to be and our main verb, which here is cooking. So of course we have, he was not cooking last night, and we were not cooking last night. In order to form the question form of the past continuous tense, again we're going to invert a subject and the auxiliary verb. So we start our question with was or were, depending on our subjects, and we keep our present participle form of the verb, which is our main verb in the question. So, was he cooking last night? Or, were you cooking last night? The usage for the past continuous tense is expressing actions in progress at a time in the past. So one example could be, I was cooking at 6 p.m. last night. I was cooking. It was an action that began, occurred, and finished at a particular point in time in the past, 6 p.m. last night. Now, I could also say, I was cooking when you called me. It's the continuation at a particular time. That particular time needs to be conjugated into the past simple tense, as it wasn't continuing, rather the cooking was continuing. Let's now have a quick review of the past tenses. Here we have 4 very similar example sentences, each using a different past tense. This should allow us to be able to look at the differences in usage between these tenses. First example, when I arrived, John cooked. When I arrived, John was cooking. When I arrived, John had cooked. When I arrived, John had been cooking. In the first example, when I arrived, John cooked. If we look at John cooked, this is the past simple. The structure is quite simply the subject plus verb in the past tense. The past tense verb is usually formed just by adding ed to the end of the base form. However, again, there are many irregular verbs, such as go would change to went, be to was or were, know to knew. Again, there are no rules for this, and they just have to be learnt individually. The past tense here, as we can see, is used for completed past actions. I arrived in the past, and John cooked in the past. They give us the order in which past events happen. I arrived first, and then John cooked. I woke up, and then I got up. I had a shower, I had breakfast, and went to work. So the past simple is very useful for ordering actions. The second example sentence, when I arrived, John was cooking. John was cooking is in the past continuous tense. Here, the structure is subject, John, the verb to be in the past tense, which is was or were, plus the verb with an ing at the end. The past continuous tense is used to describe an action that was in progress at a specific past time. Here in the example sentence, the cooking was in progress at the time I arrived. This differs from the first example sentence, where I arrived first and then John cooked. In this example, the cooking had already started and was still in progress at the time I arrived. And now for the past perfect tense. This tense is used to talk about a past action and a related past action before that. In this case, we're relating 2 past actions to each other. We do so by using the auxiliary verb to have, but because we're talking about the past, we need to conjugate that auxiliary verb into the past. So we'll consistently use had no matter what our subject is for the sentence. The other critical part of the formation of this tense is the fact that the main verb needs to be put into the past participle form. Here, we've used a regular verb to finish, and we've added ed. The results are sentences like Sue had finished, negative, Sue had not finished. We can contract had not into hadn't, and we can ask the question by saying, had Sue finished? As mentioned, the usage for the past perfect is to relate past actions that are in the past. So we always add the past perfect tense for the action that happened before the past action that we're talking about. So I want to say that we arrived in the past, but I also want to let you know that something happened even before we arrived. So I use the past perfect tense. Again, our auxiliary verb to have conjugated into the past, as well as our past participle form of the main verb. The resulting sentence could be something like, the concert had started by the time we arrived. Let's take a look at the past perfect continuous tense. We'll obviously be talking about the past, we'll be talking about two actions, and we'll be focusing on the fact that one of those actions had been continuing at another point in the past. In order to form this tense, what we need are two auxiliary verbs. We need our auxiliary verb have, conjugated into the past, so it turns to had. We use our auxiliary verb be, with our present participle form of the main verb, which is the verb plus ing, and be being conjugated into the past as well. So for positive sentences, we would start with our subject. Here it's Sue. Sue had been cooking. Our negative sentence would be Sue had not been cooking. And in order to ask our question, again that inversion of the subject and had, so it comes out, had Sue been cooking? And now the usage for the past perfect continuous tense. It is as follows. Using it to communicate a continuing action in the past up until an additional action in the past. Here we have, Sue had been cooking for 3 hours before we ate lunch. The action that had been occurring up until that point was, Sue had been cooking for 3 hours. Before the other action, we ate lunch. In the third example, when I arrived, John had cooked. John had cooked is the past perfect tense. This has the structure subject, here John, plus had, plus past participle, here cooked. Past perfect is used to express the past in the past. In other words, an action that happened before another past action. When I arrived, John had cooked. I arrived in the past, and I want to say what happened before that past time, so I have to use the past perfect. The fourth example sentence, when I arrived, John had been cooking, this is using the past perfect continuous tense. John had been cooking. This has the structure subject, John, auxiliary verb had, another auxiliary verb, been, and then the verb plus ing. The past perfect continuous tense is used to express the duration or continuity of a longer action in the past before another past action. As we can see here, when I arrived, John had been cooking. The cooking had continued for a period of time before I arrived. It doesn't express whether cooking is still continuing or completed. So let's have a look at the four sentences together again. When I arrived, John cooked. I arrived first, then John cooked. When I arrived, John was cooking. The cooking was actually in progress at the time I arrived. When I arrived, John had cooked. The cooking had finished before I arrived. And when I arrived, John had been cooking. expresses a longer action that had been happening up until the time I arrived.
Past verbs are used when using the past simple tense in the affirmative. Past participle verbs are used when using the present and past perfect tenses. Regular verbs. The majority of English verbs are regular. We add ed when they are made into past and past participles. Sometimes, though, we need to modify some parts of them when adding ed. The first group is one-syllable verbs, and these ones they don't change. For example, jump, jumped, jumped. Laugh, laughed, laughed. Look, looked, looked. In the second group, add only d to those regular verbs ending with an e. For example, agree, agreed, agreed. Survive, survived, survived. Die, died, died. The third group, you need to double the last consonant to those verbs ending with a consonant, vowel, consonant. So C, V, C. Just like these examples. Fan, fanned, fanned. Grab, grabbed, grabbed. Rip, ripped, ripped. So we double the last consonant. N, B, and P. The last group is the fourth group. Take out the Y and add IED to those verbs ending with a Y. Just like these examples. Carry, carried, carried. Try, tried, tried. Cry, cried, cried. Notice the Y changes to I. Now let's take a look at those irregular verbs. The first group, some verbs do not change. Just like put, put, put. Cost, cost, cost. Hit, hit, hit. Hurt, hurt, hurt. In the second group, we have similar endings. They replace the D with a T. For example, send, sent, sent. Spend, spent, spent. Build, built, built. The third group, irregular verbs have the same O-U-G-H-T endings, like these ones. Bring, brought, brought. Buy, bought, bought. Fight, fought, fought. The fourth group, irregular verbs have the same en ending in the past participle. Beat, beat, beaten. Eat, ate, eaten. Forget, forgot, forgotten. So en at the end of the past participle. The fifth group change a vowel consistently, A for the past and U for the past participle. Just like these ones. Swim, swam, swum. Begin, began, begun. Ring, rang, rung. And finally, the sixth group, change consistently in the past with the E, W, and O, W, N for the past participle. Just like blow, blew, blown. Grow, grew, grown. Fly, flew, flown. So now let's practice. Change the verbs into past and past participle. Grow, leave, make, sing. Type, hunt, play, see. Swim, dream, visit, go. Pause the video for 5 minutes and then we'll check your answers. So this will be your key. Grow, grew, grown. Leave, left, left. Make, made, made. Sing, sang, sung. Type, typed, typed. Regular. Hunt, hunted, hunted. Regular. Play, played, played. Visit, visited, visited. Those are regular. Swim, swam, swum. Irregular. Dream can be both irregular and regular. Irregular ends with a T, so dreamt. And regular, obviously, ends with an ED. Dreamed. So then we have see, saw, seen. Go, went, gone. By the way, did you know? The past of the verb go comes from the past of another verb, went, which means to go in a specific direction. Originally, went was the past of the verb went. Now it is wended. Instead, the past of the verb go was yod. People started to use the verbs go and went interchangeably. So after many years, the verb go adopted went as its past form. Today's lesson is on the simple past tense. Okay, like in did you go out yesterday? Or we didn't go out yesterday. We worked hard yesterday. Yes, it's an action that happened in the past and you know when it happened. So it's our yellow star in the timeline. You can see it right there. So, how do we form the simple past? First of all, we need a helping or auxiliary verb. In this case, we chose did. And did, we use did for questions and for negative sentences. So let's look at questions first. Okay, WH question word if you have one, like where, how long, etc. Plus the helping verb, did in this case, then subject and then the verb. Okay, like in our example, did you go out yesterday? Okay, that's a good example. Negative sentences. Okay, so we need the subject plus the helping verb plus not plus the verb and the object if you have one. I did not go out yesterday. I didn't go out yesterday. Okay, so what happens with positive sentences? Well, positive sentences have regular or irregular verbs. Okay, so we have the subject for regular verbs, plus verb, plus ed because it's a regular verb, plus object. For example, I danced all night last Saturday. I danced all night last Saturday. Okay, how do I know that dance is a regular verb? Well, we just have to learn them. Okay, the same with the irregular verbs. Irregular verbs, you need to learn them, okay, by memory. So the formula is subject plus irregular verb plus the object. Like in our example, I went out yesterday. So went is the past, irregular past verb of the verb go. Yes, that's right, go. Okay, what happens with the verb to be? First of all, let's review the verb to be. I was, you were, he, she, it was, we were, they were. Let's make an example. I was a student in 1990. They were babies in 1990. Okay, these are positive sentences. What happens with negative sentences? We just add not after the verb to be. I was not, I wasn't a teacher 30 years ago. They were not, they weren't students 10 years ago. What happens with a question? Well, we just write the verb to be first. So, was he paying attention to my lesson? Were you home an hour ago? And so there we have the simple past of the verb to be. Be careful, the verb to be is special. You don't need did here. Okay, so meaning and use. When do we use the simple past or the past simple tense? To express the idea that an action started and finished at a specific time in the past. What are some common time expressions used with the past tense? So yesterday, okay, last month, last year, last week, ago, a minute ago, in 1980, for example. There are many, many others. So time expressions and adverbs of time. So examples. I saw Maria yesterday. So is the past, irregular past verb of the verb to see. Yesterday is an adverb of time. Last Friday, the students took their spelling and vocabulary tests. So took is the irregular past of the verb to take. They got married 2 years ago. Got is the past, irregular past of the verb get. These actions are over. They are all finished. So English has two types of verbs in the past tense. Regular verbs, as I said before, and irregular verbs. Look at the following list of past tense verbs, which are regular and which are irregular. Okay, so we have taught. Yeah, that's irregular. Walked. Yes, that's regular. Studied. Regular. Gave. Irregular, very good. Became. Irregular. Cried. Regular. Lived. Regular. Did. Irregular. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Regular verbs are verbs that end with ed, we said. So simple form of past simple, like walk, study, cry, and live. So walk, walked. Study, studied. Pay attention to the Y changes to I when you write the past tense. Cry, again, Y changes to I, ed, and live, we just add the d, ed, lived. So irregular verbs are verbs that don't end with ed. Some irregular verbs have a vowel change in the past tense. For example, become, became, give, gave, drive, drove, forget, forgot. Other irregular verbs have a different kind of change. Examples: teach, taught, bring, brought, leave, left, hear, heard, buy, bought. For example, Celia bought a new computer last weekend. And some irregular verbs don't change at all. Cut, cut, hit, hit, put, put, set, set. Like in the example, the children set the table every Sunday. And this is present simple, right? It's not past. Well, it could be past also, but I know this is an example of the present simple. The second one, though, is in the past. The children set the table last night. How do I know it's in the past? Well, because we have the time expression last night. Last night. So, complete the sentences with a past tense verb. Number 1. I was a child, the piano. Donna, Paris, last month. John, hard, yesterday. My teacher, far, last summer. So pause the video and write your answers. Okay, so now that you paused the video, you have your answers. We're going to check. When I was a child, I played the piano, ed. Donna visited Paris last month. John worked hard yesterday. My teacher traveled far last summer. Great, you did great. Now let's try other 5 sentences right here. So complete the sentences again with a past tense verb. So last week, you, a letter. The students, an English exam. They, a great job. He, his girlfriend at university. Mary, to the city park last Sunday. So pause the video and write your answers. Now that you're ready, let's check them. Last week, I sent you a letter. The students had an English exam. They did a great job. He meant his girlfriend at university. And last one, Mary went to the city park last Sunday. So let's look at our timeline first. We have the horizontal line and the vertical line. The horizontal line on the left, we have the past, and on the right, we have the future. The vertical line represents now. So we have 3 yellow stars in the past representing used to. That means that it happened many times in the past. So when do we use it? First of all, it is a semi-modal verb. This means it needs another auxiliary or helping verb to create questions and negative sentences. We use used to talk about things that happened regularly in the past but no longer happens. So it is a routine in the past. There is a lot of confusion between the past simple. I will try to explain as best as I can. In some cases, the difference is very subtle, so very minimal. The most important thing to remember is to ask yourself, did it happen many times? Then use used to. Do you know the number of times that happened? Then use past simple. Let's compare. He used to go to school. He doesn't go to school anymore. But if I said he went to school twice last year, this means that because we have a number of times, we need to use the past simple. Let's look at other examples. I used to go to the library last year. It was my routine, but I don't go to the library anymore. Instead, if I say I went 10 times to the library last year, obviously we need the past simple because there is a number of times, 10 times. And there is a possibility I still go to the library. So in the first one, I don't go anymore. In the first one, I still go to the library. Let's look at other examples. I used to walk to school last year. I walked to school every day last year. Has the same meaning. So what is the change? The change here is every day. I wrote every day on the second sentence. And I created the same meaning with that used to has. I walked to school last year. I do not know if this was a routine, as I don't know the number of times. So how many times? I don't know. So how is it formed? First of all, we said used to is a semi-modal verb, and so it needs a helping or auxiliary verb. In this case, the auxiliary verb and the helping verb is did. So in this case, I mean used to is did. Interrogative. So we have the formula. WH question word, how, where, when, etc. if you have them. HV means helping verb plus auxiliary plus subject plus used to plus verb. Like in the example, did you used to speak English 10 years ago? It is the same thing as did you speak English 10 years ago? It has the same meaning. Negative. So let's look at the negative sentence. Subject plus helping verb, not, obviously, plus not because it's negative, plus used to. Note that there is not D there in use. Plus verb and plus whatever it is. He didn't used to speak English. It's the same as he didn't speak English. Now, what about positive sentences? Well, we need the subject, then we need here, yes, used to plus verb plus maybe object and plus maybe time expression or whatever it is next. I used to study Italian at university. I don't study Italian at university anymore. This is what it means. So let's do some exercise. You need to rewrite these sentences with used to where possible. I'm going to pause the video for 5 minutes. You need to change, make changes or leave the sentence as it is if you think it is the right sentence. So 5 minutes. Pause the video. Okay, now that you paused the video, I'm giving you the key. Now the first one is my brother used to keep snakes when he was younger. Okay, so used to. Number 2, he got his first snake when he was 8. So here is not possible to change to used to. Number 3, here we can choose. He used to keep or kept them in a box in the garage. Number 4, yes, we need to change. He used to look after them very well. Number 5, they lived there for almost 6 years. Number 6, then he lost interest and he took them all to the local zoo. No change there. Number 7, he used to visit them there once a week. Yes, it's possible to change it to used to. And number 8, I think he went about 9 or 10 times, so reference of the number of times, before he forgot about them. Not possible to change to used to. Well, if you have any questions about this,
Outside of the actual future tenses, we can talk about things in the future, but use present tenses. 2 of them are present simple and present continuous. We use the present simple typically to talk about timetables and schedules. I'll say a statement such as, the train leaves at 6 p.m. We could also use present continuous when talking about future arrangements. I've arranged something in the future. So I could say something like, we're playing football on Saturday. It's been arranged. Common usages for the present simple tense are habits and routines, as well as general facts and truths. Our example of routine would be, I teach every Monday. We've used our subject I, our base form teach, and every Monday, speaking about the routine that I have. We also have our general facts. The sun rises in the east. Here, the sun would follow under the pronoun it, so we've had to conjugate our verb per our pattern and finish our sentence. We could also talk about general truths such as likes or dislikes. I like football, or he likes football. Of course, there are other usages, but these are the 2 most common. For statements in the negative form, what we have to do is add the auxiliary verb to do. For subjects I, you, we, and they, we simply leave do as do, use the word not, and keep the base form of the verb now for the negative statements. However, for he, she, and it, we have to conjugate our auxiliary verb into does. We still use not, and we still keep the base form of the verb. The pattern for forming questions is very, very similar to the pattern for forming negative statements. However, what we've done is invert our subject and our auxiliary verb so that the questions read the auxiliary verb first. Of course, again, we use do for I, you, we, and they, and use does for he, she, and it. In both cases, we've left our verb form as the base form of the verb, as there's no need to change it.
The Battle of Stalingrad, which was fought from the 17th of July, 1942 to the 2nd of February, 1943, was a major battle on the Eastern Front of World War II, beginning when Nazi Germany and its Axis allies attacked and became locked in a protracted struggle with the Soviet Union for control over the Soviet city of Stalingrad, now known as Volgograd, in southern Russia. The battle was characterized by fierce close-quarters combat and direct assaults on civilians in aerial raids. The battle epitomized urban warfare, being the single largest and costliest urban battle in military history. It was the bloodiest and fiercest battle of the entirety of World War II, and arguably in all of human history, as both sides suffered tremendous casualties amidst ferocious fighting in and around the city. The battle is commonly regarded as the turning point in the European theatre of World War II, as Germany's Oberkommando der Wehrmacht was forced to withdraw a considerable amount of military forces from other regions to replace losses on the Eastern Front. By the time the hostilities ended, the German 6th Army and 4th Panzer Army had been destroyed and Army Group B was routed. The Soviets' victory at Stalingrad shifted the Eastern Front's balance of power in their favor, while also boosting the morale of the Red Army.
Semicolons. The semicolon serves several purposes in writing. Number 1. Connecting related independent clauses. The primary use of a semicolon is to connect two closely related independent clauses that could stand alone as separate sentences. By using a semicolon, the writer emphasizes the relationship between the two ideas without using conjunctions like and or but. For example, I have a big exam tomorrow. I can't go out tonight. Number 2. Separating items in a complex list. Semicolons can be used to separate items in a list when those items themselves contain commas. This helps to clarify the list items. For example, we visited Paris, France, Rome, Italy, and Berlin, Germany. Number 3. Linking transitional phrases. A semicolon can be used before certain transitional phrases, for example, however, therefore, or moreover, when they connect two independent clauses. For example, she was late to the meeting, however, she managed to catch up with the discussion. Number 4. Creating rhythm and emphasis. By using semicolons, writers can create a specific rhythm or emphasis in their writing. This can enhance the stylistic quality of the text and guide readers through complex ideas. Overall, the semicolon is a versatile punctuation mark that helps to improve the clarity and coherence of writing by connecting closely related ideas and organizing complex information. For example, the Deaf Railway, officially known as the Thailand-Burma Railway, was constructed during World War II to facilitate the movement of Japanese troops and supplies from Thailand to Burma, now Myanmar. Despite its initial military purpose, the railway has become a symbol of immense human suffering endured by the forced labourers who constructed it. In this sentence, the semicolon connects two independent clauses. The first clause states the initial purpose of the Deaf Railway during World War II. The second clause emphasises the contrast, explaining how the railway has come to symbolise human suffering, which serves a very different connotation than its original purpose. The semicolon effectively highlights this relationship between the military function and the later meaning. Here's another example. To meet enormous deadlines, the Japanese military recruited prisoners of war from Allied nations, including British, American, Australian, and Dutch soldiers, as well as an estimated 200,000 Asian labourers, including forced labourers from Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Korea. In this sentence, the semicolon is used within a list to separate items that contain commas. The list is enumerating different groups of soldiers and labourers recruited by the Japanese military. The semicolon is used to prevent confusion and clarify which group is being referred to. Another example includes this sentence. The railway features several significant parts, including the infamous Hellfire Pass, a cutting through solid rock that stands testament to the difficult conditions faced by those who ventured to carve the railway through rugged terrain. In this sentence, the semicolon is used to separate a main clause from a subordinate clause, the phrase including. The main clause states that the railway has several significant parts, while the subordinate clause provides an example of one of those parts. The semicolon indicates that the following clause is providing additional information about the railway's features. In each case, the semicolon serves to clarify and enhance the meaning of the sentence by connecting closely related ideas or separating complex information. passive voice. The passive voice serves several purposes in writing and communication. Emphasis on the action or result. The passive voice highlights the action itself or the outcome rather than the doer of the action. This can be useful when the action is more important than who performed it. For example, the novel was written in 1920, focuses on the novel and the year rather than the author. Unknown or irrelevant agent. In cases where the doer of the action is unknown, unimportant, or obvious, the passive voice allows the speaker or writer to omit the agent. For instance, the cake was eaten does not specify who ate the cake, which might be irrelevant to the context. Objectivity and formality. The passive voice can lend an objective and formal tone to writing, which is often preferred in academic and technical contexts. It can make statements feel more impersonal and less biased. For example, the experiment was conducted to analyze the data sounds more formal than we conducted the experiment. Focus on the receiver of the action. In some cases, the passive voice is used to draw attention to the recipient of the action. For instance, the letter was received by the manager emphasizes the manager receiving the letter rather than who sent it. Variation in sentence structure. The passive voice can provide variety in sentence structure, helping to create a more dynamic writing style. This can keep the reader engaged, especially in longer pieces of writing. For example, the chef prepared a delicious meal that evening. The meal was served to the guests with great care. As they tasted each course, the flavors were celebrated, and the meal was praised for its presentation and taste. In this paragraph, the switch to passive voice in the second and third sentences provides a change in rhythm and focus, making the writing more interesting. In a longer paragraph, you might begin with an active voice sentence to introduce the main subject, then switch to passive voice in the following sentences to keep the focus on the action or result rather than the doers. This variation can enhance the overall rhythm and readability of the text. Overall, the use of passive voice can be a strategic choice depending on the context, audience, and desired effect of the communication. Examples: 70 of the 90 surviving Aboriginal languages in Australia were no longer in common usage amongst native people. Here, the focus is on the languages rather than who stopped using them. Only 20 out of the 175 Native American languages remain in use, the rest being functionally extinct. This sentence highlights the status of the languages rather than the actions of their speakers. The right to speak one's own language and celebrate one's own culture is a fundamental human right. This sentence uses the passive construction to stress the concept of the right rather than the actors enforcing it. The efforts contribute to prolonging the survival of these languages, allowing linguists more time to record and study them before they disappear. Although this sentence is mainly active, the allowing can serve as a subtle shift into passive when discussing the effects of the efforts on linguists. A multimedia archive has recently been created at the Max Planck Institute for Psycholinguistics in the Netherlands. This construction emphasizes the creation of the archive instead of who created it. The suppression or loss of a language can be seen as a violation of this right. The focus is on the suppression or loss being a violation rather than stating who is doing the suppressing. Efforts to document them through recordings, dictionaries and syntaxes which can help preserve them for future generations. This sentence shifts the focus towards the efforts themselves rather than the individuals making those efforts.
Okay, so today we're going to learn about Brazilian football culture. So we'll start the video now.
Feature the country of football, Brazil. Brazil, the fifth largest country in the world by both size and population, is most known for their football prowess. Well, actually, Brazilians didn't invent football, but quite possibly perfected it. Football derives from sports created as early as the ancient Greek and Roman empires. The rules and general guidelines we know today weren't established until the mid-19th century and were introduced to Brazil by the Scottish in the late 19th century. In the inaugural FIFA World Cup of 1930, Brazil was even ousted in the opening round. Although an unimpressive performance by the Brazilians, the sport gained national attention and sparked the relentless dedication of young footballers around the country. Why? Football offered an avenue for the youth to escape poverty and the dangers of the third world country. This sport became a great passion for Brazilians, who often refer to their country as the country of football. And the outcome for this passion? The Brazilian national football team is the only team to qualify for every FIFA World Cup. This led to their 5 championships, which are the most of any nation. They are also 2-time runner-ups and 2-time bronze medalists. It's not surprising that Pelé, arguably the best footballer of all time, is also a Brazilian. He led the national team to 3 of these victories. The first was in 1958 at the age of 17. At the time, he was the youngest player to ever play in the World Cup. Pelé has also been the all-time leader in goals scored, both in national matches and club appearances. Today, men and women in all corners of Brazil play football. From the streets to indoor fields, Brazilians dominate the sport with 10,000 professional players worldwide, most of any nation. Football fans of all nationalities love their skillful, creative, free-flowing, fast-paced style. When anyone thinks of Brazil, it is hard not to think of football.
Okay, guys, so what we're going to do now is read through the transcript. Now, if you haven't already, just open up the link that I've sent you and scroll down to Brazilian football culture and open transcript, and you can read through it. Now, I'm going to give you 5 minutes to read through this, and then we'll go through some of the vocabulary. Now, don't worry if you don't understand everything. we will be playing some games to learn the vocabulary properly. Okay, so now that we've finished reading about Brazilian football culture, we're going to learn some general facts about the country of Brazil by putting these in the right order. So we have words like rainforest, which means jungle. We have the number 12, the colour green, the city of Glasgow in Scotland, the country Peru, the number 10, the city of Brasilia in Brazil, the word order, America, then we have Rio and Amazon. So let's see where those words go. So first of all, Brazil is the largest country in South what?
America?
South America, very good. It shares its border with other countries. Now that could be 12 or 10, because it's got to be a number, hasn't it? So let's leave that for now. Other countries including Bolivia, something, and Colombia. So this is probably going to be a country, isn't it? So what country goes here? Peru is right, well done. Bolivia, Peru, and Colombia, very good. The capital city of Brazil is, does anyone know? Brasilia, very good.
Yeah.
However, many people think that it is de Janeiro.
Rio.
Rio de Janeiro, good. The flag of Brazil is something yellow and blue. So now we need a color.
Green.
Green, yellow, and blue. And says, Ordem e progresso, which means something and progress. What word could it mean? Ordem in Latin.
Order.
Order, yes. We can see that they look similar, don't they? Yeah, ordem e progresso, order and progress. A flight from somewhere to Rio de Janeiro. Now, this has to be a place, probably a city.
Amazon?
Not
Glasgow.
Amazon. Glasgow, yeah, because the Amazon is not
Glasgow.
a city, but Glasgow is. So a flight from Glasgow to Rio de Janeiro takes approximately how many hours, do you think?
I think it's 10 hours.
Could be 10 hours, could be 12 hours. Now, the answer actually is 12, because we just have to make a guess at this point, but that it's one of the numbers. And of course, you could look up how long that takes or how many countries border Brazil. So that means that there must be 10 countries bordering Brazil. The country is home to the world's largest what?
Rainforest.
Rainforest, the world's largest jungle, which is called the Amazon. Yeah, the Amazon rainforest is the largest rainforest in the world, the largest jungle. Excellent job, guys. Okay, so we did really well. Now we're going to learn some vocabulary by playing another game. Okay, so let's see how much of the vocabulary we can do. Now we have to spell the vocabulary in this game. So, to control or govern by the use of power or influence or rule. Any idea? Let's throw some vowels in there. E, an O, and an I in there. Okay. Maybe an A as well? Any ideas?
I think it's dominate.
It is dominate. Well done. Dominate. Okay, we'll try that on the next one. Dominate. Extremely old. Existing for many years.
Ancient.
Ancient. Well done. An ancient city is very, very old. So we've got ancient, which we can spell out. Yep. A-N-C-I-E-N-T. Good. Next one. To think of, contrive, or create something new.
Invent.
Invent. Very good. So when we make something new, we invent something new. Yeah, very good. Invent. Great job, guys. Okay, Of or associated with an inauguration. So this is the first of something. Inaugural. Very good. So inaugural. Very good. Inaugural. So it means the first of something. Collective human inhabitants of an area. So the amount of people in a place is called its
Population.
Population. Very good. So we have population. Oh, I missed the U. There we go. Population. Great job, guys. So there's a great skill or talent, superior ability. So
prowess.
Prowess. Well done, guys. You guys have definitely been studying the vocabulary, which is great. Prowess. Very good. Prowess meaning skill or ability. Okay, the condition of being poor or lacking the necessary means of support.
Poverty.
Poverty is right. Well done. P-O-V-E-R-T. Now remember, poverty is a state, so we use it as a noun. So we would say in poverty. To force out, expel or eject from a place or position.
Oust.
Oust, yep. And it sounds a bit like out, doesn't it? Oust. To oust somebody is to kick them out. Okay. Fantastic, guys. Really good work there. So we got all of the answers there. Let's try another game now. So we're going to practice more of the vocabulary. So let's try this. Now in this game, if you haven't played it before, we basically just have to figure out which word is the correct one. So again, we've got the collective human inhabitants of an area.
Population.
The population. Well done.
Population.
Related words, we've got town or people. And the example here is the famine devastated the country's population. A famine is where there is not enough food to go around. So it means the famine killed lots of people. It's very sad. Of or associated with an inauguration. So fairly big clue there. Let's have another one. Maiden is a related word. Inaugural. Well done. So remember, inaugural means the first of something. So the inaugural speech of a country's president would be the first speech they give, where they say, you know, thank you for electing me, and so on. Now, the antonym, so the opposite word, is brand new. So it's something that is very much not brand new. Something very ancient. Yep, something very old. And we can see the image there. We have an ancient ruins. Yeah, absolutely. And the example there is, we saw the ancient ruins of the old city. Very good. All right, fantastic. Now we have another noun. And the similar word is straight, which isn't much help. So let's look at the example. Despite their work in the linen mill, the family lived in what?
Prowess.
Not prowess. Poverty, yeah. It's saying that the family was very poor, even though they worked. The antonym is success. The definition is the condition of being poor. So remember, that's a noun. Next one, to the related word is possess, to own something. His authoritarian father, something him dominated. Very good. Dominated, yeah. When you dominate something, it means you control it, sometimes in a bad way. So the synonym here is control or monopolize. Monopolize, obviously, here has the word mono, and mono means one. It means when one person or one thing controls everything else. And the definition there is to control or govern by the use of power or influence. Very good. Okay, let's try the next one. We'll buy some more reveals, because I like those reveals. First one, okay, expertise. when you are an expert at something and you have expertise. So what does it mean when you're very good at something? When you're talented? Prowess, very good. His prowess at football. The example here, he was small, but his prowess as a fighter was well known, meaning he was a very good fighter. Next one. So now we have a transitive verb, meaning to force out, to push something away, to get rid of something, to expel, to eject.
Oust.
Oust, very good. The army leaders ousted the dictator, meaning the army came in and kicked the dictator out. Contrive. So contrive means to make something. The example here is, yes. The example would be, do you know who invented the steam engine? Very good, guys. Great job. Okay, we're leveling up. Fantastic. Right, brilliant work. Let's try one more game before we move on to the reading quiz. And we might need to read through the transcript again to do the reading quiz. So we saw the something ruins of the old city. Ancient ruins. Very good. The ancient ruins of the old city. The Soviet Union, the smaller communist nations of Eastern Europe.
Dominate.
Yes.
Dominate.
And the form should be in the past tense. The Soviet Union dominated, with a D on the end, the smaller communist nations. This should also be in the past tense. Do you know who invented, very good, past tense, invented, because it's past, it happened in the past. And this should also be in the past tense, usually. The army leaders ousted the dictator. Great, we're doing really well. He was elected by a large majority of the
population.
Yeah. No, the population. So that lots of people, most of the people said that person should rule the country. So he was elected by a large majority of the population. Despite their work in the linen mill, the family lived in poverty. Yeah, the family was still very poor. He was small, but his, as a fighter, was well known. Prowess, yeah. Prowess, yeah. So his skill as a fighter was well known. All right, excellent job, guys. You've done really, really well there. Right, now what we're going to do now is we're going to do the reading test, okay? So what we might need to do is we might need to look at the transcript so that we can check our answers. So let's begin with the reading test and see how well we do. Okay, so Pele scored a total of 1,283 first-class goals. Now, when we're doing reading, it's not given. Very good. And we know it's not given because that is a number. It's a very specific number. And when we look at the transcript, we'd easily be able to find that number, wouldn't we? But there's no number saying that. We can see the number 10,000 here, but that's nothing to do with it. We can see the number dates like 1958 or the age of 17, 5 championships, but there's nothing related to this number at all. So we know that it is not given. There's no information. It may be true, it may be false, but as far as we know, it is not given. Pele was the youngest player to play in the World Cup.
Not given.
Not given. Let's have a look at the transcript quickly. You're saying it is true. Okay, let's have a look. So we want to look for Pele. Now, obviously, Pele's name is not going to change. Okay, so here's a section about Pele. It's not surprising that Pele, arguably the best footballer of all time, He's also a Brazilian. He led the national team to 3 of these victories. The first was in 1958 at the age of 17. At the time, he was the youngest player to ever play in the World Cup. So.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
Oh, hold on. Let's go back to the question we were on. Okay. So it actually is true, isn't it? It is true he was the youngest player to ever play. Let's try another one. The Brazilian national football team is the only team to qualify for every FIFA World Cup. True, false, or not given? It is true. No, it is in there. It says that they have qualified for every single FIFA World Cup, but they were, they were ousted in the first inaugural World Cup. Similar games to football were played in ancient Greece and ancient Rome. Is that true, false, or not? Yes, indeed, that's true. And when we search for this in an IELTS reading test, we can look for Rome and Greece, because there's no way to change those to any other word. When we have a proper noun, like a country, or when we have a date,